Ay, ma'am. Yung sa amin may
Wala ko na lang dito. Uy! Camera ko. Yes. Tatanong ko kayo. Tayo ko. Ako absent.
Ang saka si
Nawawala nga lang ako.
Tara.
Anong improvement?
Good afternoon. May we please request the honorable members of the House to be seated to ensure that their presence at today's session will be properly recorded by the Secretariat. The plenary session will start in a minute. Thank you.
Rumi.
The session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the national anthem. Please remain standing for the invocation to be delivered by Representative James Jojo Ang Jr. from Uswag Ilonggo Party List.
As we remember that we are in the presence of our Lord, we pray. Heavenly Father God, we humble ourselves in prayer as we acknowledge you in our session. You are the main source of our wisdom and strength. You are also the one who called us for the purpose of helping our country and our localities. We trust and have faith in you to direct our steps and grant us guidance and discernment, joy and peace, energy and commitment to all our decisions and initiatives. May your greater purpose be fulfilled in our lives as public servant. The Philippines is still recovering from the pandemic challenges we faced during the past years. We ask of your divine hands to unite us and strengthen us for the call of nation building and progress. And lastly, may you bless the work of our hand for the betterment of our beloved Filipino in needs. Glory to your name alone, our God. In his mighty name we pray. Amen.
Majority Leader.
Ay, no, sir.
Adjournment? Madam Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Akop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Arbison. Arenas. arrogansya, asistio, ataide, omentado, balindong, barba, barbers, baronda, barzaga, baskub, bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Juliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Himbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Ruiz Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Juarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 310 members responded to the call.
With 310 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, considering that copies of the journal of the previous session have been distributed to the members of this august body, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve journal number 3 and 4, dated August 1 and 2, and August 3, respectively.
There is a motion for the approval of the journals number 3 and 4. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and the resolution on first reading as well as communication.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills, resolutions, committee reports, and communications.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 2745, establishing a fish port in St. Bernard, Southern Leyte, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2746, establishing the Agriculture Information System in all cities and municipalities, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2747, amending certain provisions of the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 2748, promoting the adoption of electronic money as a medium of exchange for financial transactions of the government and all, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2749, authorizing the DA to regulate farm gate for agricultural and fisheries products, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2750, establishing a national farm-to-school program, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2751, promoting agriculture among Filipino youth, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2752, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2753, mandating the establishment and maintenance of a rainwater harvesting facility in all new institutional, commercial, and residential development projects in Metro Manila,
To
by
the
Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2754, promoting the capabilities and number of special education teachers in public schools, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2755, institutionalizing sustainable coastal tourism, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2756, providing for the conversion of the LTO Extension Office in San Jose City, Nueva Ecija, into the LTO District Office of San Jose City, Nueva Ecija.
To the Committee on
Representative
Transportation.
Lago. House Bill 2757, converting the provincial road from the Science City of Muñoz to Umingan, Pangasinan, via Talugtog, Nueva Ecija, into a national road, by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2758, to regulate parking facilities and the collection of fees therefrom, by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2759, reviving ROTC in all senior high schools and public and private educational institutions as a mandatory requisite for graduation, by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2760, amending the Magna Carta for disabled persons, by Representative Villago.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2761, converting San Jose City, Baler, Aurora via Caridad Norte Mabini Llanera Road, Nueva Ecija, into a national road by Representative
To
Villago.
the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2762, creating the Central Luzon Railways Corporation by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2763, creating the National Diabetes Center and Foundation by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2764, declaring Mount Batong Amat in Caranglan, Nueva Ecija as a tourist destination by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2765, granting automatic civil service subprofessional eligibility to graduates of 4-year courses in colleges or universities by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2766, establishing a unified housing and urban development fund and a centralized home financing program by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2767, mandating all toll operators to give discounts to motorists who avail of electronic toll collection system by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2768, creating the Kidney Institute of Cebu by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2769, providing for the protection of sharks, rays, and chimeras in the Philippines by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2770, enabling the people's constitutional right of access to information by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2771, establishing Kabangkalan City Domestic Airport in Kabangkalan, Negros Occidental by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2772, establishing a passport issuing office of DFA in Kabangkalan City, Negros Occidental by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 2773, establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2774, providing for the automatic release of monthly cash assistance to provinces upon occurrence of disasters or emergencies by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2775, providing for free hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and other DOH-approved dialysis procedures to all senior citizens by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2776, establishing the Science for Filipino Society program by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2777, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2778, further expanding the incentives granted to national athletes and coaches by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2779, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of teachers from salary grade 11 to 19 by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2780, increasing the bed capacity of the Aurora Memorial Hospital from 49 beds to 100 beds by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2781, providing for a teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2782, providing for free annual medical checkups for Filipinos by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2783, amending the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2784, to establish the Magna Carta for Barangays by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2785, establishing the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape in Maria Aurora and San Luis Aurora and in Bongabo, Nueva Ecija as a protected area by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2786, creating the Department of Disaster Resiliency and Alertness Management by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2787, right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 2788, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2789, granting immediate compensation benefits for mental health service users by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2790, establishing a breastfeeding center in every barangay throughout the country by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2791, providing for the Magna Carta of Caregivers by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2792, mandating DOH to establish a research center on obesity prevention by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2793, integrating palliative and hospice care into the Philippine healthcare system by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2794, establishing the Philippine Center for Diabetes and Endocrinology by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2795, strengthening the healthcare system in cultural and indigenous communities by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee of Indigenous Culture Communities and Indigenous People.
House Bill 2796, expanding the coverage of the tertiary education subsidy by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2797, providing for a free annual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representative De Los
To
Santos.
the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2798, providing for a Magna Carta for workers in the informal economy by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2799, providing for the modernization of the public health emergency preparedness and response capabilities by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2800, establishing Bolila National High School in Bolila, Malita, Davao Occidental by Representative
To
Bautista.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2801, providing for mandatory additional insurance coverage
Mr.
and benefits
Speaker.
for journalists, employees of media entities, on-field assignment, and freelance journalists by Representative Castro Franz Process and Manuel.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2802, creating the National Cancer Research and Treatment Institute of the Philippines by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2803, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2804, amending Section 2 of RA 10868, honoring and granting additional benefits and privileges to Filipino centenarians by Representative Copilar.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2805, creating the National Reproductive Health Research and Treatment Institute of the Philippines by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2806, strengthening the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University South La Union Campus College of Fisheries by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2807, establishing the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University College of Medicine in Agoo, La Union by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2808, providing for the establishment of a fire station in Baseco, Barangay 649, Zone 68, District 5, City of Manila by Representative Tieng.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2809, establishing a Philippine National Hospital for teachers and students in all regions of the country by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2810, mandating water, electricity, communications, and other basic utility service providers to create and offer yearly moving average rates for consumption by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2811, promoting entrepreneurship by establishing a socialized microfinancing program for microenterprises through the Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-Asenso program by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2812, providing for early voting by qualified senior citizens and persons with disabilities in national and local elections by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2813, increasing the penalties for the detention of patients and cadavers in hospitals, medical clinics, or any other similar facilities on grounds of non-payment of hospital bills by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2814, providing free dialysis procedures to all indigent and senior citizen patients by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 2815 and 2924, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians by Representatives Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, and Representative Tiangco.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2816, converting the Lopez Satellite Campus of the Laguna State Polytechnic University, located in Lopez, Quezon, into a regular campus by Representative Dan Keith Maica.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2817, institutionalizing an emergency medical services team by Representative Dan Keith Maica.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2818, creating the Department of Water, Irrigation, Sewage, and Sanitation Resource Management by Representative Dan Keith Maica.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2819, to eradicate mobile phone-aided terrorism and criminal activities, mandating for ownership registration of all SIM cards for cellular phones by Representative Dan Keith Maica.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2820, providing for the fair use of the Internet and social media for the holding of free, orderly, honest, peaceful, and credible elections by Representative Dan Keith Maica.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2821, providing protection for freelance workers by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2822, enhancing revenue administration and collection by granting an amnesty on all unpaid internal revenue taxes imposed by the national government for taxable years 2021 and prior years by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2823, ordaining a Bill of Rights for taxpayers by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2824, further facilitating the acquisition of untitled lands for public use, amending Sections 5 and 6 of RA 10752, facilitating the acquisition of right-of-way site or location for national government infrastructure projects by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2825, expanding the coverage of microenterprises as beneficiaries of the Magna Carta for micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2826, providing for the construction of a multi-purpose gym in all municipalities and cities to serve as evacuation center during times of calamity or disaster, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2827, to promote fair trade in the oil industry, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2828, prioritizing the agricultural sector in the grant of loans by Land Bank, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2829, institutionalizing the grant of a teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2830, exempting the sale of real property in the exercise of the state's power of eminent domain from the payment of capital gains and documentary stamp taxes, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2831, increasing the minimum salary grade level of social worker positions from salary grade 11 to salary grade 15, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2832, providing for a 10,000 pesos across the board increase in the basic monthly salary of all public elementary and secondary school teachers, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2833, allowing the use of motorcycles as public utility vehicles, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2834, creating the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2835, providing for benefits, incentives, allowances, and other entitlements for barangay health workers, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2836, repealing the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, to the Committee on Civil Service and Profession Regulation.
House Bill 2837, instituting reforms to further protect and develop micro, small, and medium enterprises, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2838, providing for a new charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2839, penalizing the conversion or causing the conversion of irrigated and irrigable lands, by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2840, further strengthening assistance to farmers, fisherfolks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries by increasing direct credit support to said sectors, by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2841, reclassifying certain public covered by Proclamation Number 1754 as alienable and disposable lands, by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2842, to rehabilitate and upgrade existing resettlement areas, providing employment opportunities for and uplifting the living conditions of residents, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2840 to establish the archipelagic sea lanes in Philippine archipelagic waters, prescribing the rights and obligation of foreign ships and aircraft exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes, passage through designated archipelagic sea lanes, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 2844, creating the Boracay Development Authority, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2845, amending Section 2 of the Centenarians Act of 2016, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2846, strengthening the conservation and protection of our national cultural heritage, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education Culture.
House Bill 2847, establishing the Philippine e-health system and services in support of universal healthcare, by Representative
To
Tambunting.
the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2848, augmenting the stimulus package for COVID-19 response and recovery interventions, providing mechanisms for strengthening the implementation of the same, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 2849, enabling the people's constitutional right of access to information, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2850, granting free college and trans examinations, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2851, providing for tax exemption subsidies for the local music industry, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2852, establishing the Philippine High School for Creative Arts System, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2853, declaring August 14 of every year a special non-working holiday in Moab, Davao de Oro as Moab Day, by Representative
To
Gonzaga.
the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2854, converting the municipality of Nabunturan in Davao de Oro into component city to be known as the City of Nabunturan, by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2855, providing for the establishment of Davao de Oro Sports Center in Nabunturan, Davao de Oro, by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2856, subverting the name of Barangay San Mariano in Bantay, Ilocos Sur to its original name, Barangay Sanacom, by Representative Singson Ronald.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2857, promoting entrepreneurship by establishing a socialized microfinancing program for microenterprises through the Pondos sa Pagbabago at Pagsanso Program by Representative Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Rab, Wendell, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2858, protecting consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating the E-Commerce Bureau by Representatives Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Rab, Wendell, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2859, instituting policies for the protection and welfare of caregivers in the practice of their profession by Representatives Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Rab, Wendell, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2860, establishing the Negros Occidental Cancer Center by Representative
To
Marañon.
the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2861, converting the Central Azucarera de Tarlac High School Annex located in Balete, Tarlac City, Tarlac into the Balete National High School by Representative Yap Cristiantel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2862, renaming the Central Azucarera de Tarlac High School Main in Central, Tarlac City to Benigno S. Aquilino III High School by Representative Yap Cristiantel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2863, providing for a national framework for interns' rights and welfare by Representative Yap Cristiantel.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2864, increasing the penalties for the detention of patients and cadavers in hospitals, medical clinics, or any other similar facilities on grounds of non-payment of hospital bills or medical expenses by Representative Yap Cristiantel.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2865, establishing a nursing home for homeless and abandoned senior citizens in every city or municipality in the Philippines by Representative Yap Cristiantel.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2866, excluding 13th month pay from the computation of taxable income by Representative Yap Cristiantel.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill numbers 2867 and 2892, institutionalizing the One Tablet, One Student program for all students enrolled in public schools and state universities and colleges by Representative Revilla Ramoncholo and Mercado Revilla, Villaverde, Luis Raymond Villaverde, Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2868, declaring October 22 of every year special non-working holiday in Rosario, Cavite in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Revilla Ramoncholo.
To the Committee on Local and Government.
House Bill 2869, declaring August 1 of every year special non-working holiday in Cavite, Cavite in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Revilla Ramoncholo.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill numbers 2870 to 2875, declaring certain falls in certain barangays in Cagayan de Oro City as ecotourism sites by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2876, establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in Barangay Agusan in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2877, providing for the restructuring and condonation of unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on loans secured by farmers, fisherfolk, and rural reform beneficiaries from DARDA, PCFC, CDA, NFA, and Kedancor by Representative Teves Arnolfo.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2878, instituting a national land use and management policy by Representative Teves Arnolfo.
To the Special Committee on Land Use.
House Bill 2879, establishing a rental subsidy program for informal settler families by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2880, creating the Department of Water Resources Management by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 2881, 2883, and 2884, establishing integrated schools in certain barangays in Ormoc City, Leyte by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2882, mandating LGUs to allocate 1% of their annual budget to fund the city municipality anti-illegal drug fund by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2885, right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 2886, defining and penalizing the crime of bullying by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2887, increasing the normal work hours per day under a compressed work week scheme by Representative Villaverde, Luis Raymond Villaverde, Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2888, to ensure every pregnant woman's access to a skilled birth attendant at time of childbirth and immediately thereafter by Representatives Villaverde, Luis Raymond Villaverde, Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2889, providing for the establishment of barangay drugstores by Representatives Villaverde, Luis Raymond Villaverde, Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2890, instituting a national health program to combat systemic lupus erythematosus disease by Representative Villaverde, Luis Raymond Villaverde, Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2891, to require that health plans provide coverage for a minimum hospital stay for mastectomies, lumpectomies, and lymph node dissection for the treatment of breast cancer and coverage for secondary consultations by Representatives Villaverde, Luis Raymond Villaverde, Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2890, to regulate the rational exploration, development, and utilization of mineral resources, and ensure the equitable sharing of benefits for the state, indigenous peoples, and local communities by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Soribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2894, imposing climate tax on electric power consumption by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Soribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2895 to empower DepEd, CHED, and TESTA to require all the school heads to report all the incidents of student suicide in their respective schools, whether consummated, frustrated, or attempted, to provide a program for student suicide early intervention prevention by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Soribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2896, reorganizing and strengthening the disaster risk reduction and management system of the Philippines by Representative Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Soribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2897, excluding from the operation of Proclamation Number 290, which established the Teachers' Camp Reservation situated in Baguio certain portions of land embraced therein and declaring the same alienable disposable land for disposition to actual and qualified applicants under RA 730 by Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2890, excluding from the operation of Proclamation Number 93, which established the Buyog Watershed Forest Reserve situated in Baguio certain portions of land embraced therein and declaring the same alienable disposable lands for disposition to actual and qualified applicants under RA 730 by Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2899, providing for a Magna Carta for barangays and barangay officials by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2900, further expanding the benefits of persons with disability by Representative Rillo.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2901, providing for lifetime validity of persons with disability identification cards issued to persons with permanent disability by Representative Rillo.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2902, institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance in digital age by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2903, to strengthen the practice of midwifery as a profession in the Philippines by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 290, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2905, establishing Mulanay Medical Center under the direct supervision and control of DOH in Mulanay, Quezon by Representative Tan, Kate Maica, and Aragancia.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2906, designating Mati Airport in Davao Oriental as the official alternate airport to the Davao International Airport by Representative Almario.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2907, establishing the National Highway from Don Mariano Marcos to Macangao, Lupon, Davao Oriental, connecting the Mati, Maragusan National Secondary Road and the President to Estado P. Macapagal National Highway by Representative Almario.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2908, establishing a national highway from Lavigan, Governor Generoso to Dawan, Mati, both in Davao Oriental, connecting the Tibanban, Lavigan National Secondary Road and the President Diosdado P. Macapagal National Highway by Representative Almario.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2909, providing free legal assistance to any member of the AFP or PNP facing charges before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent administrative or quasi-judicial body arising from an incident related to the performance of official duty by Representative Almario.
To the Committee on Justice, the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2910, declaring the fourth Thursday of November as National Thanksgiving Day by Representative
To
Almario.
the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill numbers 2911 to 2915, establishing national high schools in certain municipalities in Davao Oriental by Representative
To
Almario.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2916, providing for security of tenure and benefits for casual, contractual, and job order employees of the government by Representative Gasataya.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2917, exempting senior citizens and persons with disabilities from travel tax by Representative Gasataya.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2918, creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in Bacolod City by Representative
To
Gasataya.
the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2919, giving special financial assistance and benefits to volunteer firefighters who perish or sustain injuries while saving lives or properties during fires or any calamity by Representative Gasataya.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2920, providing for the Bill of Rights of commuters to promote efficient, safe, convenient, accessible, and inclusive mobility by Representative Bautista Lim.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2921, mandating the Philippine government to utilize the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant or acquire another nuclear power facility by Representative Teves Arnulfo.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2922, establishing Mount Sawtooth located in Mayantok and San Jose Tarlac as a protected area under the category of protected landscape pursuant to RE 7586 by Representatives Cojuangco, Jaime, Yap, Christiantel, and Rivera.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2923, requiring the registration of subscriber identity module cards by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Information Communications Technology.
House Bill 2925, creating additional 3 branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 branches of the Metropolitan Trial Court to be stationed at Navotas City, Metro Manila by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2926, amending certain sections of the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998 and creating the Manila Bay Management Council by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2927, granting educational benefits in the form of scholarship grants to the orphan children of uniformed government personnel killed in the line of duty by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Iron Technical Education.
House Bill 2928, establishing Cagayan Drug Rehabilitation Center in Iguig, Cagayan by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2929, providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating the Electronic Commerce Bureau by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2930, to establish an elderly care and nursing complex in the province of Cagayan by Representative Lara.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2931, developing the cacao industry in Cagayan Valley region, creating the Cacao Subsidy Fund and the Cacao Research and Development Center by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2932, postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2933, providing for tax relief during times of calamity by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2934, creating the Cagayan River Basin Development Authority by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2935, providing for the modernization of the public health emergency preparedness and response capabilities, establishing the Center for Disease Prevention and Control by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2936, establishing a Cagayan Youth Center in Iguig, Cagayan by
To the
Representative
Committee
Lara.
on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2937, providing for dormitories or housing quarters for teachers teaching in far-flung areas, last-mile schools, and state universities and colleges by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Iron Technical Education.
House Bill 2938, providing for stiffer penalties for driving under the influence of alcohol, dangerous drugs, and other similar substances.
To
by
the Committee on
Representative Lara.
Transportation.
House Bill 2939, regulating the manufacture, use, sale, packaging, distribution, advertisement, and promotion of electronic nicotine and non-nicotine delivery systems, heated tobacco products, and novel tobacco products by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry and the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2940, establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2941, establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2942, establishing information and communications technology hubs nationwide by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Information Communications Technology.
House Bill 2943, providing for a Magna Carta for barangays by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2944, providing for protection of the remittances of overseas Filipino workers by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 2945, providing for the strengthening of the recruitment, selection, and appointment process of uniformed personnel of PNP by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2946, promoting the use of digital payments for financial transactions of the government and all merchants by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2947, establishing a Philippine Science High School campus in Iguig, Cagayan by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2948, establishing Amulong Cagayan Tested Training and Assessment Center in Amulong, Cagayan by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Iron Technical Education.
House Bill 2949, increasing the penalty for overloading trucks and trailers by Representative Cruz Ambrosio.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2950, strengthening local school boards by Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2951, creating Barangay Apat in Humalig, Quezon by Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2952, providing additional benefits and incentives to all barangay tanods by Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2953, providing additional retirement benefits to all barangay officials by Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2954, strengthening local health boards by Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2955, establishing a district hospital in Goa, Camarines Sur by Representative
To the
Fuentebella.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2956, establishing the Partido Domestic Airport at San Jose, Camarines Sur by Representative
To
Fuentebella.
the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2957, reclassifying certain parcels of land of public domain located in sitios from the different barangays of Anupol, San Nicolas, San Roque and Lourdes, all in Bamban, Tarlac, from unclassified forest lands into alienable and disposable lands by Representative Rivera.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2958, re-establishing the San Martin Elementary School in Barangay San Martin, Concepcion, Tarlac by Representative Rivera.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2959, separating the Kaluluan National High School Annex in Barangay Pando, Concepcion, Tarlac from the Kaluluan National High School, converting it into Pando National High School by Representative Rivera.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2960, creating a TESDA in General Santos City District Office in General Santos by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Education.
House Bill 2961, creating the Metro Bataan Development Authority by Representatives Garcia Albert and Garcia Maria Angela.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2962, declaring Wawa Dam in Rodriguez Rizal as a tourist destination by Representative Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2963, establishing the e-government by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2964, enhancing the governance structure of the Energy Regulatory Commission by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill numbers 2965, 2966, and 2967, establishing national high schools in certain barangays and municipalities in Davao Oriental by Representative Almario.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2968, institutionalizing the Philippine National Games by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2969, institutionalizing Bantay Dagat by Representative Arrogancia.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2970, instituting the Medical Reservation Corps by Representative Flores.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2971, criminalizing the creation and dissemination of fake news, amending sections 3 and 4 of RA 10175, the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, by Representatives Lacson, Noel, and Noel.
To the Committee on Information Communications Technology.
House Bill 2972, granting service incentive leaves to probationary employees, amending Article 95 of Presidential Decree 442, the Labor Code of the Philippines, by Representatives Lacson, Noel, and Noel.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2973, defining and penalizing verbal abuse against the elderly, women, children, and persons with disability, by Representatives Lacson, Noel, and Noel.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2974, protecting the rights of internally displaced persons, by Representatives Adjong and Balindong.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 2975, creating the National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro, by Representative Adyong.
To the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity.
House Bill 2976, providing for a National Defense Act to foster the suppression of insurgency and other serious threats to national security, by Representative
To the
Romero.
Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 2977, establishing a Center for Disease Prevention and Control, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2978, creating a comprehensive e-governance master plan to foster the transition of government processes to the digital age, by Representative
To
Romero.
the Committee on Information Communications Technology.
House Bill 2979, creating the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Health, the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2980, amending Section 27 of Chapter 8 of RA 7607, the Magna Carta of Small Farmers, increasing its penalties and administrative sanctions, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2981, providing for a strategic integrated chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear resiliency approach in order to protect the safety and security of the Filipino people, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Public Order, Safety, and the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 2982, amending provisions of RA 10912, the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2983, to promote and accelerate farmland leveling and reconstruction in agricultural production areas of the country, by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2984, fixing the term of office of barangay and SK elected officials to 5 years, by Representative Gonzales Aurelio.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2985, providing for the postponement and resetting of the barangay and SK elections, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2986, postponing the December 2022 barangay and SK elections to October 9, 2023, by Representative Dayang Hirang.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2987, granting the 5K Broadcasting Network Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines, by Representative Casataya.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 2988, regulating the production, importation, sale, distribution, provision, use, recovery, collection, recycling, and disposal of single-use plastic products, by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2989, converting the Literon Elementary School into the Literon Integrated School in Calbiga, Samar, by Representative Tan Reynolds Michael.
To the Committee on Basic Education Culture.
House Bill 2990, declaring Lulugayan Falls and Eco Village in Calbiga, Samar an ecotourism site, by Representative Tan Reynolds Michael.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2991, declaring Sohoton Caves and Natural Beach in Pasay, Samar an ecotourism site, by Representative Tan Reynolds Michael.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2992, developing the teacock industry and declaring Pasay, Samar as the Banig capital of the Philippines, by Representative Tan Reynolds Michael.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2993, declaring Ulot River in Parañas, Samar an ecotourism site, by Representative Tan Reynolds Michael.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2994, strengthening the National Housing Authority, extending its corporate term and amending Presidential Decree 757, creating the National Housing, by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2995, providing for the designation of community shelters in times of natural disasters, calamities, and other emergencies, by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2996, providing for a moratorium on rental payment and eviction during disasters and other emergencies, by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2997, instituting violence against persons with disabilities and aggravating circumstances, amending Article 14 of RA 10951, by Representative Sakaluran.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2998, reclassifying the position of barangay officials as regular government employees, by Representative Sakaluran.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2999, establishing a separate schools division office in San Miguel, Zamboanga del Sur, by Representative Yu, Jaisal Victoria.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3000, mandating a 2,000 peso across-the-board increase in monthly pension with the corresponding adjustment of the minimum monthly pension under the SSS, amending Section 12 of the Social Security System Act of 2018, by Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 3001, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians, amending RA 10868, the Centenarians Act of 2016, by Representative Marquez.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 3002, declaring November 3 as Calibo Foundation Day of every year as special non-working public holiday in Calibo, Aklan, by Representative Marquez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3003, renationalizing Petron Corporation, by Representatives Rosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 3004, instituting the unbundling of prices in the sale of petroleum products by the downstream oil industry in the Philippines, by Representatives Castro, France, Rosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 3005, instituting centralized procurement of petroleum in the country, by Representative Rosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 3006, regulating the downstream petroleum industry, by Representative Rosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 3007, instituting a national land use and management policy, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Special Committee on Land Use.
House Bill 3008, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 3009, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3010, providing for the modernization of the public health emergency preparedness and response capabilities, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3011, providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating the Electronic Commerce Bureau, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 3012, intensifying local government participation in national development by increasing the share of local government units in national taxes, amending Section 284 of the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3013, providing for the regime of conjugal partnership of gains as the governing property regime in the absence of a marriage settlement or when the regime agreed upon is void, amending Article 75 of Title 4 of the Family Code of the Philippines, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 3014, standardizing the retirement benefits of justice as judges and judiciary officials conferred with judicial rank, salary, and privileges, amending RA 910 as amended, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3015, providing for the National Emergency Energy Policy and Framework for the Development and Regulation of the Philippine Midstream Natural Gas Industry, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 3016, rationalizing the administration of all public basic education schools nationwide, providing for transparency mechanisms, by Representative Alonte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3017, establishing remote trauma and emergency medical care outpost standards for trauma and emergency medical care at tourism destinations and the applicability of international healthcare insurance in the Philippines, by Representative Alonte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3018, expanding the purposes and application of the Special Education Fund, amending Section 272 of the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Alonte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3019, providing for the development and protection of the Philippine hand-loom weaving industry, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 3020, providing for protection of the remittances of FWs, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 3021, regulating the manufacturing, importation, and use of single-use plastic products and providing penalties, levies, and incentive system for industries, business enterprises, and consumers, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 3022, promoting sustainable alternative modes of transportation and other mobility options, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3023, providing for a system of distributing and recycling food waste to promote food security, by Representative Legarda.
To the Special Committee on Food and Security.
House Bill numbers 3024 to 3033, creating several barangays in Taguig City, by Representative Zamora Amparo Maria.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3034, requiring the placement of defibrillators in public places, by Representative Maceda.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3035, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, and organization and administration of art OTC and grades 11 and 12 in public and private educational institutions, amending the Citizen Armed Forces of the Philippines Reservist Act, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3036, declaring July 17 as National Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation Day as special non-working holiday, by Representative Maceda.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3037, amending the Philippine Nursing Act of 1991, increasing the salary and providing additional benefits to nurses and public health workers, by Representative Maceda.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 3038, providing for the establishment of a railway system in the Eastern Visayas region from the entry of Samar to San Ricardo, Southern Leyte, by Representative Yap
To the
Christopher
Committee
Son.
on Transportation.
House Bill 3039, establishing the Philippine Electronic Health or e-health system services in support of universal health care, by Representative Yap Christopher
To the
Son.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 3040, modernizing the regulation of health facilities and services, repealing the Hospital Licensure Act, by Representative Yap Christopher Son.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 3041, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representative Yap Christopher Son.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3042, mandating the provision of comprehensive renal replacement therapy to patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals, increasing for the purpose the PhilHealth package rate for members, by Representative Yap Christopher Son.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3043, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute, by Representative Yap Christopher Son.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 3044, converting the Arteche campus of the Eastern Samar State University Arteche Eastern Samar into regular campus, by Representative Abunda.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Education.
House Bill 3045, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of ROTC in grades 11 and 12 in public and private educational institutions, amending the Citizen Armed Forces of the Philippines Reservist Act, by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3046, further strengthening the anti-hospital deposit law by increasing the penalties for the refusal of hospitals and medical clinics to administer appropriate initial medical treatment and support in emergency or serious cases, and by creating a government-run hotline, by Representatives Yap Eric, Duterte, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3047, establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality, by Representatives Duterte and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 3048, providing pre-employment assistance to indigents by implementing a scheme for charging and granting discount on fees and securing pre-employment certifications and clearances from government agencies, by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 3049, promoting active mobility, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3050, protecting consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for this purpose the E-Commerce Bureau, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 3051, providing for the construction of a memorial for the victims of Super Typhoon Yolanda in Tacloban City, by Representatives Castro, Franz, Bosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3052, mandating the construction of the Quezon-Bicol Expressway, by Representatives Salceda and Tan Kate Maica.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3053, mandating the inclusion of the Scouting Program in the elementary and junior high school curriculum under the K-12 program in all public and private schools in the Philippines, by Representatives Corvera.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3054, creating the Lake Mainit Development Authority by Representative Corvera.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 3055, to conserve, protect, and sustainably manage peatlands and its resources to increase the country's resilience to climate change by Representative Flores.
to the Committee on Climate Change,
House Bill numbers 3056 to 3065, establishing and determining a community forest in several municipalities in Davao del Sur by Representative Cagas.
to the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 3066, providing for the establishment of a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3067, establishing alternative learning system community learning center in Digos in every municipality in Davao del Sur by Representative
to
Cagas.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3068, establishing multi-purpose fish breeding farms and hatcheries for the production of crabs, shrimps, and lobsters in Davao del Sur by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 3069, requiring LGUs to earmark at least 15% of their national tax allotment share for health services, amending Section 287 of the Local Government Code of 1991 by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3070, converting the LTO e-Patrol office in Sulup, Davao del Sur into a regular district office by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3071, establishing and creating the Sacub National High School in Hagonoy, Davao del Sur by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3072, declaring Pasig Islet of Barangay Bato, Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur as an aqua ecotourism site by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3073, declaring Kapatagan and Digos, Davao del Sur as an ecotourism site by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3074, declaring July 19 as a Paligusan Festival of every year, a special non-working holiday in Digos, Davao del Sur by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3075, regulating the practice of agriculture in the Philippines, creating the Board for Professional Agriculturists by Representative
to
Cagas.
the Committee on Civil Service and Profession Regulation,
House Bill 3076, creating an RTC in Sulup, Davao del Sur, amending the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 3077, mandating the DepEd to include in the curricula of elementary and senior high school a subject on road safety and traffic education by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3078, declaring Barangay Managa, Sitio Balutakay in Bansalan, Davao del Sur as an eco-agritourism site by Representative Cagas.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3079, creating a National Cancer Institute of the Philippines by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3080, upgrading the benefits and incentives of Barangay Tanod members who have rendered at least 1 year of service in the barangay government by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3081, establishing regional branches of specialty hospitals such as the Philippine Heart Center, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Lung Center of the Philippines, Philippine Children's Medical Center, and Philippine Cancer Center by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3082, creating the Department of Water Resources by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 3083, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3084, providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for the purpose the Electronic Commerce Bureau by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
Resolutions. House Resolution 116, directing the House Committee on Energy to investigate the power supply crisis in the province of Occidental Mindoro by Representative Ginto.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 117, urging all public and private financial institutions to effect a moratorium on the payment of debts as well as the imposition of interest, penalties, and similar charges of financial obligations affected private persons and public corporations in order to ease the burden on our countrymen affected by the 27 July 2022 Northwestern Luzon earthquake by Representative Ginto.
to the Committee on Disaster Resilience,
House Resolution 118, directing the House Committee on Energy and other appropriate committees to inquire on the failure of National Power Corporation to pay fuel subsidies to power producers in Oriental Mindoro, causing huge power deficits and eventual load shedding in the entire province, and on the failure of the National Electrification Administration by Representative Omali.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 119, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of the Honorable former President Fidel Valdez Ramos, and conferring the highest honor for his service to the country as the 12th President of the Republic of the Philippines by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 123, commending and honoring Ernest John Oy Obiena, bronze medalist of the 2022 World Athletics Championships, men's pole vault final, held in Eugene, Oregon, USA, by Representative De Los
to
Santos.
the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Resolution 124, expressing the sense of the House to echo the call of the committee to protect journalists on President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to take several concrete steps to protect press freedom in the Philippines by Representatives Castro Franz, Rosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 125 urging the House Committee on Human Rights to immediately investigate the military operations of the 59th Infantry Battalion of the Philippine Army in Batangas that caused the death of Kailin Casao and Maximino Digno by Representatives Rosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 126 expressing deepest condolences and sympathy of the to the bereaved family of the late President Fidel V. Ramos, its profound sorrow and the demise and eternal gratitude for the devotion of his life to the cause of democracy and the country's growth and prosperity by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 127 urging the DBM to include in the 2003 National Expenditure Program an appropriation for the establishment and construction of an official residence for the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines by Representative Panotes.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution 128 expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of His Excellency President Fidel V. Ramos by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 130 honoring the life dedicated to the service of the Filipino people of former President Fidel Valdez Ramos and expressing the profound sympathies and sincerest condolences on his passing by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 131 commending pole vaulter Ernest John E. J. Obiana for bringing honor to the country in winning a historic bronze in the 2022 World Athletics Championships and rising to number 3 in the world rankings for pole vault by Representative Valeriano.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 132 expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of His Excellency Fidel Valdez Ramos, former President of the Republic of the Philippines by Representative Del Mar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 133 directing the Committee on Energy to inquire on the failure of the Oriental Mindoro Electric Cooperative Incorporated and its independent power providers to supply adequate and reliable power to the consumers, causing prolonged daily brownouts in the entire Oriental Mindoro since June 2022 by Representative
To the
Panaligan.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 134 expressing the sense of the House that a national task force must be created to monitor the status and combat the monkeypox disease in order to proactively prevent community transmission and infection of the virus by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Health.
House Resolution 135 congratulating and commending youth esports athletes, Tier 1 Entertainment Mobile Legends Bang Bang Team Blacklist International for winning gold medal in SEA Games under Seaball banner in Hanoi, Vietnam by Representatives Nograles Margarita, Ginto, and Revilla Brian.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 136 congratulating and commending Team Filipinas for winning the Philippines' first gold medal in the ASEAN Football Federation Women's Football Championship by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 137 congratulating and commending Vanessa Sarna for winning 3 gold medals in the Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championship by Representative D. Faustino Michael
To
Carlos.
the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 138 congratulating and commending Ernest John E. J. Obiana for being the first Filipino and Asian athlete to win a bronze medal in the World Athletics Championships, creating a new Asian outdoor record, a national record of 5.94 meters in the men's pole vault by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 139 honoring the life and legacy of former President Fidel V. Ramos and expressing the profound condolences of the House to his family by Representatives Chua, Junicio, Valeriano, Maceda, Tieng, and Abante.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 140 directing the House Committee on Transportation to inquire on the additional requirement being imposed by the LTO on the implementation of Republic Act 10930 with the end in view of minimizing the frequency of the public's transactions with the LTO and promoting ease of doing business within the agency by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 141 directing the Committee on Transportation to inquire on the status of operation of private motor vehicle inspection centers with the end in view of improving the motor vehicle inspection system in the country and ensuring public safety by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 142 directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the contingent liabilities arising from public-private partnership projects with the end in view of institutionalizing fiscal discipline and strengthening government mechanisms to enforce transparency and accountability over the utilization and reporting of public funds by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 143 directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the status of implementation of the Philippine Identification System Act with the end in view of improving government services and accelerating our transition to a digital economy by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 144 expressing the profound sympathy of the House to the family and friends of former President Fidel Valdez Ramos for his demise by Representative Sakaluran.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 145 urging COA to conduct a special audit and/or fraud audit investigation on the illegal expenditures of the provincial government of Cagayan during the campaign period from March 25, 2022 to May 8, 2022 by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 146 urging the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the inaction of the COMELEC into the open and massive distribution of cash and other forms of assistance to registered voters and barangays in Cagayan during the prohibited period from March 25, 2022 to May 9, 2022 by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 147 commending E.J. Obiena for his exceptional feat in winning the bronze medal in the men's pole vault at the World Athletics Championship on July 24, 2022 by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 148 directing the House Committee on Energy to investigate the power supply crisis in Oriental Mindoro by Representative
To
Ginto.
the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 149 honoring the memory of former President Fidel V. Ramos and expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on his passing by Representative
To
Ginto.
the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 150 urging the leadership of the House to constitute a special committee on maritime industry and mariners' affairs to exclusively look into the affairs and well-being of the Filipino seafarers and the industry where they belong by Representative
To
Olaso.
the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 151 directing the Committee on Health of the House to urgently inquire on the readiness and response of the Philippines for the prevention of the spread of monkeypox in the country by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 152 expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on the death of former Defense Secretary and 12th President of the Republic of the Philippines, the Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 153 urging the House Committee on Energy to investigate the runaway prices of petroleum products in order to counteract potential overpricing by oil companies seeking to unreasonably increase their margins and generate excessive profits at the expense of consumers by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 154 congratulating and commending youth esports athletes Cebu Women's Wild Rift Squad for winning gold medal in the 31st SEA Games 2022 in Hanoi, Vietnam by Representatives Nograles Margarita, Ginto, and Revilla Brian.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 155 expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of former President Fidel Valdez Ramos by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, and Revilla Ramon Holo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 156 to inquire on the brutal hazing resulting in the untimely demise of Patrolman J.P. Ramores, who was assigned at the 503rd Maneuver Company, Regional Mobile Force Battalion, PNP Masbate, and to undertake remedial measures to prevent the occurrence of such condemnable practice by Representative
To
Panote.
the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 157 expressing the profound condolences of the House on the passing of the 12th President of the Philippines, His Excellency President Fidel Valdez Ramos on July 31, 2022 by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 158 expressing the profound condolences of the House on the passing of former Camarines Sur 1st District Representative Rep. Rolando Oreo Nonoy Gutierrez Andayo Jr. on June 30, 2022 by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 159 urging the DOTR and its attached agencies to fast-track the implementation of the Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the Toll and Interoperability Project by Representatives Asistio Malapitan, Marcos Martinez, Olivares, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 160 commending and congratulating Gregorio G. Villar III, Genevieve V. Young, and Edward Gonzalez for their vital role in ensuring the success of the exploration mission to the planet Mars launched by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration of the USA by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Resolution 161 urging the Department of Energy to monitor and improve the implementation of energy priority programs through the establishment of an energy efficiency index by Representatives Marcoleta and
To the
Tanchay.
Committee on Energy.
House Resolution 162 expressing profound sympathies and sincere condolences of the House on the death of Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos, former President of the Republic of the Philippines, and honoring his contributions to the country. By Representatives Yap Eric, Duterte, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 163 requiring all LGUs to prepare and affirm their respective forest land use plans in coordination with the DENR. By Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Resolution 164 expressing sincere condolences of the House to the family of former President Fidel Valdez Ramos, 12th President of the Republic of the Philippines, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 165 expressing profound condolences and deepest sympathies of the House to the family of the Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos, 12th President of the Republic of the Philippines, founder and chairperson emeritus of Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats, a respected military official, a visionary leader, and dedicated statesman, by Representatives Acop, Fer, Antonio, and
To
Loyola.
the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 166 directing the House Committee on Basic Education and Culture to investigate the school dental health care program of DepEd by Representative Popular.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 167 expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of the Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos, Former President of the Republic of the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 168 calling to investigate by the appropriate committee of the House on the continuous spread of African swine fever and avian influenza in the country and the relevant measures and strategies adopted by the Department of Agriculture by Representative Briones.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 169 to defer the implementation of the premium rate increase by PhilHealth for 2023 by Representatives Noel and Lacson Noel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 170 directing the appropriate House committees to inquire on the readiness and effectiveness of the country's institutional capacity for disaster risk reduction and management, including the resilience of local communities to natural disasters by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 171 urging the House with the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and other appropriate committees of the House to inquire on the state of the Philippine heritage sites in light of the devastation brought about by the recent earthquake by Representatives de Venecia and Romulo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 172 urging the House Committees on Ways and Means, Labor and Employment, Economic Affairs, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development, and other appropriate committees to conduct an assessment on ways to incentivize green industries with the end in view of providing more jobs and promoting sustainable livelihood by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 173 urging the extension of the nationwide Libreng Sakay program until next year, supporting the mobility of Filipinos in their return to normalcy, and providing some sort of aid amidst rising costs by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 174 urging the House Committee on Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development to assess and to look into the loans or grants to small businesses in a bid to expand the government's emergency employment opportunities by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 175 directing the Committee on Suffrage and Election Reforms to inquire on the feasibility of redesigning the ballot for national elections to ensure maximum turnout and to reduce the probability of disenfranchisement among voters by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 176 directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the status of implementation of RE 11223, the Universal Healthcare Act, with the end in view of ensuring that the provisions of the law are satisfied and the necessary reforms in PhilHealth are properly implemented by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 177 directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the status of casual and contractual employment in the government, with the end in view of determining the possibility of regularizing casual and contractual positions to guarantee the security of tenure of personnel holding the said positions by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 178 commending Mr. Adonis Castillo Asi, the sole Sambongueño in the Philippine team which represented the Philippines in the 2022 World Championships of Performing Arts, for winning the gold medal in both Latin and opera categories, silver medal in the original category, and for bagging 4 special awards in the World Division category of the said competition by Representative Olaso.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Resolution 179 directing the House with the Committee on Health to investigate the expiration of millions of COVID-19 vaccines amid the pandemic by Representatives Castro Fran, Rosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 180 directing the Committee on Agriculture and Food to inquire in the exercise of its legislative duties and oversight functions on the implementation of RE 11203 by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 181 expressing our heartfelt and deepest condolences to the Ramos family over the death of former President Fidel V. Ramos and honoring the legacy of his leadership, statesmanship, and presidency by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 182 expressing heartfelt condolences of the House and sympathizing with the family of the late former President of the Republic of the Philippines, Fidel Valdez Ramos by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 183 urging DBM, DILG, DSWD, and DND to ensure the release and distribution of the financial assistance to individuals and families in Bohol affected by Typhoon Odette by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Resolution 184 urging the National Advisory Council of 4Ps through DSWD as its lead agency to increase the amount of conditional cash grants to 4Ps beneficiaries in light of the current global economic crisis brought about by the rapid and sustained increase in oil prices and basic commodities, inflation, as well as the continuing impacts of the pandemic by Representatives Libanan and Abalos.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Resolution 185 expressing the warmest congratulations of the members of the House to Executive Minister Eduardo V. Manalo and the members of the Iglesia Ni Cristo on its 108th founding anniversary celebration by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Delipe Libanan Marcos Romualdez Zeda Marie and Asidreb.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the President. Veto message dated June 14, 2022 of former President Duterte on the enrolled House Bill numbers 7017 and 9342 establishing each said provincial office in Misamis Occidental and in San Jose Occidental, Mindoro, respectively.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated August 3, 2022 informing the House that the Senate on even date adopted Senate Concurrent Resolution 4.
Joboy, nakikita mo si Yusek mo, chairman ka ngayon.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communication, letter dated July 26, 2022 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, transmitting two original copies each of RE numbers 11897, 11898, 11899, and 11900, which lapsed into law.
To the archives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
There's a motion to open the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
Thank you, Madam
Leader.
Speaker. To deliver his privileged speech, may I move Madam Speaker, that we recognize the Honorable Paul Daza of the 1st District of Northern Samar.
The Honorable Paul Daza is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. Madam Speaker, I stand here this afternoon on the floor very disturbed and worried about recent news articles that came out regarding the delisting of 1.3 million families in the four-piece program. I'm sure many of my colleagues had read that and maybe even heard it on TV. And I think we should all be concerned how this number of 1.3 million families came about. I would like to maybe get some data and information from the DSWD, how they came about in estimating or coming up with a number of 1.3 million families to be delisted. Madam Speaker, nationwide, the total number of Pantawid families are only 4.5 million, more or less. If you do a simple mathematics, 1.3 of about 4.5 million is about 30%. I think we should all be worried that general statements like that are being said because it's almost impossible that there are 30% of four-piece families who are now beyond poverty, especially with the recent statistics that the poverty incidence in the Philippines rose by 2.6% during the pandemic. So mathematically, it doesn't make sense how this number came about. I'm very worried, Madam Speaker, that no less than the Secretary of DSWD, Secretary Tulfo, had made a public announcement about the delisting. Let me remind the House, the executive branch, that a few years ago, this august body passed the four-piece law institutionalizing the Pantawid program. And then in that law that this House legislated and passed into law, there is a procedure in delisting families from four-piece. From what I recall, it's at least two steps, a reassessment and a social case management to be done for each specific family that should graduate from the four-piece. So I think it's highly unlikely DSWD can accurately say that they will delist 1.3 million because we just can't do 1.3 million families that fast when I think in the last 2-3 years we've only delisted for various reasons maybe a few 100,000. So I'm very concerned, Madam Speaker. I think this is something that the leadership should take a look into. And I would also like to add that given what the President said during the SONA, I think the President mentioned that the target for his administration is to bring down poverty to 9%. The four-piece program, which is the flagship poverty alleviation program of the government, the policy should be reversed. We probably should be adding more families in four-piece rather than making general statements and saying that we will delist 1.3 million families. So I think there are some inconsistencies with what we've heard from the executive branch, and this is something I think the House of Representatives should take a look into. I would like to also share with my colleagues, with the Speaker, that in the four-piece law, which was passed in 2019, it was mandated in the law that there should be a joint congressional oversight committee. And I think that's the best thing we could do, is to convene or reconstitute this joint congressional oversight committee with the Senate so we could take a closer look on what data, what information that the DSWD based its announcement that 1.3 million families should be delisted. But, Madam Speaker, allow me to end on a positive note. I think the ADB said that this year, the GDP growth should go up to about 6.5%. I think that's good news because the initial reports were 6%. I think it's a golden opportunity for the administration to take advantage of this. But I will argue and challenge my colleagues that for the upcoming budget deliberation for 2023, that we should consider, in fact, augmenting the budget for four-piece and other related social poverty alleviation programs. And I think that's a challenge for the 19th Congress, how we can work together with the executive branch to bring down the poverty incidence, bring up the GDP growth, and I think we are all excited to work with the President and the Cabinet in finding ways to improve the economy and at the same time help more poor families. And I think that's why I stood here this afternoon, Madam Speaker. I want to be part of nation building, and I think all my colleagues feel the same way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move I move for the approval. No, sorry. I move that we recognize Honorable Jonathan Clement Abalos II from Party List 4-piece for his interpellation.
The Honorable Abalos is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask if the honorable gentleman from Northern Samar would be willing to yield for a few questions.
My honor, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
First, what should or what course of action should the House do in order to review and further strengthen the implementation of the four-piece program?
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy that no less than the representative from the four-piece party list is here with us this afternoon. And it's a golden opportunity to advocate to the leadership that what we should do first is to convene the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee to take a look into the statistics that was mentioned by Secretary Tulfo of the delisting of 1.3 million families. And at the same time, have an honest-to-goodness look at the performance of four-piece and how we can improve the program, whether also we should augment the budget for 2023.
Madam Speaker, my second question is, does the House have the proper budget to further strengthen and improve the four-piece program?
I think for 2022, we were close to about 100 billion pesos. And in an average year, Madam Speaker, about 90%, about 93% is actually cash assistance going to the families. and 7% about administrative and overhead. So I think we could do better. I'm hoping with the pronouncement of the President that he wants to bring down poverty incidence, which is today 23%, from what I recall, to what I think he said 9% target, that we should be augmenting the budget of 4Ps for 2023 and future years.
Madam Speaker, my final question is, was there due process in the delisting of the 1.3 million beneficiaries?
Madam Speaker, that's really the heart of my privilege speech this afternoon, questioning where the 1.3 million families, where they got that data from, what is the basis for that, when we all know that the poverty incidence since the pandemic in year 2020 has gone up by 2.6%, which translates to about, I believe, an additional close to 1 million families that's back to poverty. So in fact, I think it's the reverse. We should be adding more families in our social protection programs like 4Ps.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honorable gentleman from Northern Samar for manifesting his points on the 4Ps program and the law behind it. In fact, as a representative of the Pagtibayin at Palaguin ang Pangkabuhayang Pilipino, otherwise known as the 4Ps party list, I would like to put forward certain findings to be included in the record of this August chamber. The 1.3 million delisted actually comprised about 30% of the 4.2 million active households beneficiaries. These announcements are equally surprising and alarming. Based on DSWD official reports, the 4Ps has already served 5.5 million poor households nationwide since its inception. As of March 31, 2022, a total of 4.2 million households are still eligible to receive cash grants. This gives us a difference of about 1.2 million households, 516,000 of which are still eligible to receive grants but on hold pending data updates or resolution of grievance. 776,000 households are no longer eligible to receive grants. These 776,000 households no longer eligible to receive grants are broken down as follows. 619,836 no more eligible members. 32,391 income above poverty threshold. From the foregoing, it can be deduced that only 652,227 households graduated from the 4Ps. These are the 619,000 no longer eligible members and the 32,000 households whose income are already above the poverty threshold. All others cannot be considered as 4Ps graduate. So my questions are the following. Saan po kaya galing ang 1.3 million na sambahayan na graduate sa 4Ps program? It is highly unlikely and doubtful that 1.3 million households instantly graduated from the program in just 3 months, from April until June, while only 652,000 households graduated since the program's inception more than 3 years ago. Maari po bang malaman kung ano ang mga proseso, mekanismo, pamamaraan, parameters na ginamit para sa pag-identify at ma-determine ang 1.3 milyong sambahayan na naisama sa listahan na graduate? Is the National Household Targeting System or listahan still an effective tool in identifying the beneficiaries for poverty reduction programs of the national government, including 4Ps? Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, these questions and many more beg for answers.
Madam Speaker, I thank the gentleman from 4Ps, the Honorable Abalos, for sharing the detailed data, and in fact, I didn't even have that. Thank you, that's included in the record. I think that the gentleman from 4Ps is proof that we should urge the Speaker, the leadership, to activate the Joint Oversight Committee to further review and examine the statistics so we could work hand in hand with DSWD so that we can improve the program, and most importantly, we do not illegally or immorally or wrongfully delist any poor families from 4Ps.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Party List Gabriela for manifestation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I share the same sentiments with our senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul Daza, on the delisting of 1.3 million Filipinos out of the 4.4 million Filipino beneficiaries of 4Ps. Hindi raw sila kinonsidera na mahirap o poor. The inflation rate of our country increased to 6.4% in July 2022 from 6.1% in June 2022. Lalong bumaba ang purchasing power ng mamamayan. Napakataas ng mga presyo ng bilihin at serbisyo, samantalang napakababa ng sahod. At ang iba ay wala pang trabaho. Marami pa lalo ang naghihirap, lalo nang walang ayuda na binibigay ang gobyerno. Kaya kailangan nating i-review ng maigi ano ang naging proseso ng pagtatanggal ng mga beneficiaries. Baka naman ito ay instawid at maging instawid at hindi pantawid pamilyang Pilipino o 4Ps. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Thank you to our SDML.
Thank you to my colleague for that manifestation of support.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, a few minutes suspension.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ed Selagman of the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation. So move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
The Honorable
Madam Speaker.
Lagman is recognized.
Will the distinguished gentleman from Northern Samar yield?
My honor, Madam Speaker.
The current administration targets to reduce the poverty incidence to 9% by 2028. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Speaker.
And this is very difficult to achieve. As a matter of fact, it has not been achieved before. Is that correct?
I agree, Madam Speaker, but I think it's, if we're going to set targets, it's always good to come up with very high targets. If you don't meet the targets, at least it still be fairly good. But I do agree, from my recollection, I don't think we've ever been below maybe 15% poverty, from the best of my recollection.
Did I hear the distinguished gentleman from Northern Samar say that the reduction of the number of beneficiaries of the 4Ps by about 1.3 million is contradictory to the target of 9% poverty incidence?
I believe so, Madam Speaker.
On the contrary, it may not be contradictory. It may be consistent. The administration is now starting to liberate from poverty for families was probably to achieve a 9% poverty incidence. There were times when previous administration liberated from poverty families by a perfidious statistical gimmick. And this can be a way of trying to reach 1.9%. How does the present administration define poverty and poverty threshold?
Madam Speaker, as regards to DSWD, poverty incidence is done by what we used to call the National Household Targeting System, wherein enumerators would go out to various provinces, to barangays, and actually do an ocular to look at the social situation, to even look at their homes, and using various socioeconomic factors to determine poverty incidence. Now, let me add, regardless of the targets of this present administration, it's highly unlikely, Madam Speaker, that 1.3 million families to be delisted is accurate. Just the fact that our poverty incidence has gone up by almost 3% since the onset of the pandemic. And that's really my point here this afternoon, Madam Speaker, that we need to take a look into this and have an in-depth review and dialogue as to the statistics that the DSWD and the national and the executive branch is pronouncing, and have an honest-to-goodness assessment with the House.
Well, practically every administration has its own definition of poverty. And this is usually done by the NEDA, not by the DSWD. Now, it is measured by a basket of commodities and goods. I think the present administration has not yet come out with its own definition of what is poverty and what is the poverty threshold. And I think before we delist the poor piece of about 1.3 beneficiaries, we should first establish what this administration would define poverty and poverty threshold. And it will also be instructive that the SWS recently released its survey on self-rated poverty. Would the distinguished gentleman remember what is the percentage of Filipinos who rated themselves poor under the recent survey of the SWS?
Madam Speaker, I don't recall that survey, but please allow me to state that the gentleman is partially correct as to the comments on the NEDA. The NEDA periodically will come up with a formula and based on income per family, and in fact that formulation to define poverty is different from region to region. As mentioned, a cost of goods a basket and all of that. But for the DSWD, at least to the Pantuwid program, Madam Speaker, DSWD and this representation, I think, also supports the process and the definition or how they define poverty, which is, as I mentioned earlier, enumerators will actually go out to the barangays and take a look at the household and see, based on certain socioeconomic factors, obviously, if they have a car in the house, they're not going to be included as poor for the four-piece program. But if they're living by the seaside, Nipahat, obvious na talagang mahirap, living in a danger zone, pinapasok po yan sa 4P. So we have at least two different ways of defining poverty. It's not just the NEDA.
Well, the definition of poverty is not usually regionalized. There is a nationwide definition of what is poverty. Now, I go back to the survey of self-rated poverty by the SWS. The SW survey says that almost 50% of the Filipino population today rated themselves as poor. And this latest development of liberating from poverty, 1.3 million beneficiaries of the 4Ps might just be inconsistent with the recent development on self-rated poverty, the inflation rate of 6.4% last July, and also the ill effects of the pandemic. Thank you very much, distinguished gentlemen, for accommodating my questions.
Thank you for my esteemed colleague for sharing that information. And in fact, it supports my contention. In fact, I was told that the self-rated poverty was 47%. And even the national government has said that poverty has increased from 21 to 23.7%. So it supports my contention, Madam Speaker, that we need to convene the Joint Oversight Committee and really take a look into the details of the pronouncements of the DSWD as to the 1.3 families that they want to delist, and really take a closer look at the program and see how we can improve it, and whether we should augment the budget for future years to target at least close to the target of this administration, which is 9%.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Paul Daza together with the interpellations to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan for her privileged speech. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Christine Singson Mihan is now recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Majority Leader, and my dear colleagues. I speak today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. In a country situated along the Pacific Ring of Fire, frequent seismic activity is normal. On average, 20 earthquakes are reported every day. Some are smaller in magnitude, but under unforeseen circumstances, some can be deadly and dangerous. Last July 27, 2022, a magnitude of 7.0 earthquake struck parts of the Philippines, and the northwestern part of Luzon is the most heavily affected by the tremor. The extent of the damage brought about by the recent earthquake left people injured, deaths are reported, and structures damaged, including schools, residential buildings, and heritage sites. City engineers, tourism officers, architects, and representatives from concerned government agencies, such as the Department of Interior and Local Government and the Department of Public Works and Highways, have submitted their report to us on the actual condition of buildings or establishment after the July 27, 2022 quake that jolted northern Luzon. One of them is the Eco Park multipurpose building, which suffered cracks on the wall and damage on the center column, as you can see in the presentation. The Candon City View Deck building also suffered damage. The assessment shows that walls and plastered cracked, wall protection left damage, and the PWD step stairs and ramp were detached because of the 7th magnitude earthquake. The Candon City Center for Culture and the Arts building suffered damage on walls and at the signage portion. Ancestral houses such as the Besa house were left damaged on the brick walls, and the Rodriguez house is left with demolished brick walls and wooden flooring. Last 31st of July 2022, representatives from the National Museum of Ilocos Sur and our city engineers inspected and assessed the impact brought about by the earthquake on our heritage buildings and evaluated the structural integrity of the said structures. After careful inspection and evaluation by the team, it was noted that the Candon Museum was found to have suffered significant structural damage on weight-bearing beams and has been deemed unsafe for public viewing. The San Juan de Sahagún Church and Bell Tower in Candon City, which was originally built in 1695, also suffered major damages and is in need of rehabilitation measures. We are now waiting for further assessment by concerned government agencies of the earthquake-affected infrastructures. Schools were also affected, and one of them is in Candon National High School, a PAGCOR building, which was built 5 years ago. The said building suffered heavy damage that has left the whole structure unsafe for use. The partial or estimated cost of damage for schools is 46.6 million. While visiting the site of the soon-to-open Ilocos Sur Medical Center, our engineers reported superficial cracks on the walls and ceilings. However, the morgue facility suffered heavy damages and needs to be retrofitted. Our constituents living at Barangay Mapanit in Burgos, Ilocos Sur were left displaced because of the recent strong earthquake. A total of 100 families live at the foot of the mountain according to reports by the Municipal Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, the Department of Environment and Natural Resource Region 1 Office, and the Mines Geoscience Bureau have confirmed that tension cracks along the mountain just above the community have worsened. Thus, the whole of Barangay Mapanit has been declared as a no-build zone, and for our constituents for immediate relocation to a nearby barangay. The Ilocos Sur Police Provincial Office reported one casualty at Barangay Manatong in Suyu, Ilocos Sur. The report indicates that an 88-year-old woman was caught in a landslide caused by the magnitude 7.0 earthquake. We are heartbroken by this recent disaster. The pandemic is already a heavy burden not just for our constituents in the 2nd District of Ilocos Sur, but also for the 1st District and the Cordillera Administrative Region, especially the province of Abra. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I'm here with you today to call for a swift rehabilitation of earthquake-hit areas and echo the call of our President to ensure the quick mobilization of rescue and relief operations. In the face of many disasters or calamities that are happening in the country and around the world, we call on a unified and harmonized approach to increasing our resilience towards calamities or disasters worsened by climate change. Let us look at the best practices of our other countries in how they efficiently manage and respond to disasters or calamities. Let us do our part as public officials to ensure the safety of our communities during disasters and emergencies. Today, we ask for your support and prayers as this unfortunate event caused many of our constituents in the 2nd District of Ilocos Sur in great distress. We also ask for support and prayers for the immediate recovery of the 1st District of Ilocos Sur, represented by the Honorable Ronald V. Singson, and to the province of Abra in the Cordillera, represented by the Honorable Ching B. Bernos. That being said, allow me to express our sincerest and utmost gratitude to our concerned government agencies for their life-saving work and for their quick action after the recent strong earthquake. Maria Angela S. Gopalan, the Regional Director of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Field Office 1, for their immediate relief assistance to quake-hit victims in Ilocos Sur. Ronel M. Tan, Regional Director at the Department of Public Works and Highways, Region 1, for their continued inspection, assessment, and validation of structures damaged by the recent earthquake, and for their ongoing clearing and blasting operation of roads and bridges in earthquake-affected areas in Ilocos Sur. Tolentino G. Aquino, Regional Director of the Department of Education, for their close coordination with our regional offices to assess the damage to schools following the tremor. Julie G. Dakiluag, Regional Director of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Region 1, for the rescue and relief operations to our earthquake victims. Attorney Crisaldi M. Barcelo, Regional Executive Director, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Region 1 for their efforts on disaster preparedness and mitigation, a bid to safeguard our communities from calamities or disasters. Director Socrates Garland, Regional Director of the Mines and Geoscience Bureau, for conducting a geological assessment at Barangay Mapanit in Burgos, Ilocos Sur. We thank our various local government units, to our municipal city mayors and our provincial government headed by Governor Jeremias Singson and the provincial board headed by Vice Governor Ryan Luis Singson for their tireless effort to address the urgent needs of our constituents on the ground. Our sincerest appreciation as well to my colleagues in the House of Representatives for providing the much-needed relief and assistance to those affected by the 7.0 magnitude earthquake. We would especially thank the Honorable Ferdinand Alexander Sandro Marcos of the 1st District of Ilocos Norte for his immediate support to our constituents in the earthquake-affected Ilocos Sur. House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez for his commitment to providing budgetary support for the rehabilitation and restoration of damaged structures and quake-hit areas in northern Luzon. Lastly, we thank His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. for his renewed call to government agencies for a swift response to victims of natural disasters and for ordering the immediate delivery of relief assistance to our quake-hit residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Edward Vera Perez, the Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda, for the Manila 4th District for his manifestation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So
The Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to salute the good Deputy Speaker from Ilocos Sur for the concern that she has for her constituents and all those affected by the 7.1 magnitude earthquake that happened just recently in the northern area of the country. I'd like to note that we are from there, the district of Congrestin. That is where our ancestral house is. That's where my father grew up. And we also have relatives in Candon, where, as Deputy Speaker Christine said, some schools in Candon that were newly built have all been damaged. So we are testament to the type of damage that a 7.1 magnitude earthquake can do for such a short period of time and in an area that I don't think is even considered in a fault line. And I laud the efforts of the government. The reason why there was only one casualty, I believe, is because the local officials, together with the provincial officials, have done a good job in responding to and preparing for such calamity. I laud the Speaker for immediately wanting to give a helping hand to our brother and sister Ilocanos in the north. I laud the President for his immediate action in wanting to help. However, Madam Speaker, just like we are from Metro Manila, if that happened, if that 7.1 quake happened in Metro Manila, it happened in Makati. Buildings use the best quality materials, supposedly immune to the strongest earthquakes. All of their cities are equipped with all the boats. They have plans if ever the electricity is cut, the water is cut, there's no communication anymore. Paano kayo mag-uusap kung wala ng internet? Paano kayo magkokontakan? Sira-sira ang kalye. Paano dadating doon yung tutulong? They have all of those. And yet, the last time there was an earthquake, 7.4 in Japan, 50,000 plus died. The point of this humble representation being simply, Madam Speaker, is that I think we all have a good intention to be prepared, but the country really is not. Since I was a congressman in 2016, I've been batting even all of the budget hearings. Every agency, when I see that the budget they allot for disaster response is so minuscule as compared to the entire amount, I keep on saying we need more money there. Because God forbid the big one happens, we will not be ready. And if you ask me, when should we have given more thought, given more importance, given much more funding, even up to the trillions, to disaster response, my answer would be, it should have been done a decade ago. But not to end on a sour note, again, congrats to my colleague, Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan. Her district has really progressed. Pumunta po kayo doon, ang ganda-ganda na ngayon. Dati, pag pumupunta kami doon, sabi namin, wala naman tayong magawa masyado dito. Mula nung hinawakan nila Congresswoman Christine, ayos yung mga kalye, maraming eskwelahan, maraming pupuntahan. At sayang lang kung masisira ng ganitong mga natural calamities at dahil hindi tayo handa. So that's all, Madam Speaker. I just hope that there's more impetus on this government, on us as the legislative arm of the country, to make sure that it is at the top of our priorities, disaster response and resilience. Because we have to act and prepare before the disaster happens. To end, I always believed in the saying, Madam Chair, an ounce of prevention is always better than a pound of cure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Raul Manuel of Party List Kabataan for his manifestation. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Raul Manuel is now recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Gusto kong magbahagi ng ilang mga sentimiento tungkol sa, or kaugnay nung naging privileged speech ng ating colleague na si Deputy Speaker Singson Mihan. Tayo po ay nakikiisa doon sa panawagan na dapat ay mas bigyan pa ng pondo yung ating mga institutions, lalong-lalo na po yung ating mga paaralan. Habang naghahanda ngayon, nagbibrigada eskwela ang ating mga education stakeholders para sa darating na pasukan sa August 22 at habang excited na rin para sa face-to-face classes sa darating na Nobyembre, di dumating po itong lindol na nagpo-post na naman ng karagdagang mga hamon para sa ating education community. Maliban sa paghahanda natin para maging ligtas yung ating educational spaces sa pagkalat ng virus at iba pang mga sakit, ngayon naman ay dapat na rin nating tiyakin na maging ligtas din yung ating mga estudyante, yung ating mga guro, yung mga school personnel at yung ating mga magulang doon sa kanilang mga school building and infrastructure. Kaya naman, sinusuhayan po natin yung panawagang dagdag pondo para sa ating mga paaralan para matulungan sila. Hindi lamang sa pag-comply para sa mga safety standards patungkol sa COVID-19, pero pati na rin sa pagtitiyak na ang ating mga infrastruktura ay maging ligtas din, no? At matiyak na ito ay hindi magpo-pose ng significant hazards sa ating mga kababayan. Dagdag din po, kinikilala din natin ang naging effort ng ating mga volunteers, iba't ibang mga organizations and networks na gumawa ng iba't ibang paraan para makatulong dun sa mga apektado ng naging lindol sa Northern Luzon. At kaugnay din ito, nais din nating tiyakin yung proteksyon para sa ating mga volunteers nang sa gayon ay magawa nila ang kanilang trabaho at ang kanilang iba't ibang mga aktibidad ng walang takot at wala ding threats sa kanilang security, sa kanilang mga buhay at sa susunod pa na pwede nilang gawin para makatulong sa ating mga kababayan sa Northern Luzon. Yun lamang po, Madam Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Christine Singson Mihan of 2nd District, Ilocos Sur, to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, please recognize the guests of the Honorable Representative Marjorie Ann Maan A. Chodoro of the 1st District of Marikina City. They are the Honorable Mayor of Sakai City, Masahiro Hashimoto, Chairperson, Sakai Town Council, Isao Koramochi, Ibaraki Prefectural Assembly Member Noburo Hamra, Member Sakai Town Council Masao Saito, Member Sakai Town Council Naoto Someya, Member Sakai Town Council Kosuke Sanuka, President and Director, Institute of Global Business Strategies Otohiko Endo, Sub-Chief of Sakai Town Fire Brigade Takashi Honya, Vice Superintendent Sakai Town Board of Education Keiko Kurihara, Director, Disaster Prevention and Safety Division, Department of General Affairs, Sakai Town Office, Masaki Inose, Director, Multicultural Section, Executive Office of the Mayor, Sakai Town Office, Manabu Tamura, Assistant Director, Secretariat and Public Hearing Division, Executive Office of the Mayor, Sakai Town Office, Akira Hirata, Section Chief, Urban Policy Division, Executive Office of the Mayor, Sakai Town Office, Tomoko Hiratsuka. Assistant Chief, Secretariat and Public Hearing Division, Executive Office of the Mayor, Sakai Town Office, Ken Suzuki. Assistant Chief, School Education Division, Sakai Town Board of Education, Sakai Town Office, Hiroki Kageyama. And a Chief Gold Company Limited CEO, Shuichiro Atsumi.
To the guests of Representative Marjorie Ann Teodoro, our local officials from Sakai City, Japan, welcome to the House of Representatives of the Philippines. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook of Party List APEC for his privileged speech. So moved, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Dagook is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant afternoon to all of us. Madam Speaker, I speak before this August chamber on a matter of personal and collective privilege concerning the rising cost of electricity over the past months. As representative of the electricity end users, particularly those who are residing in the franchise area of the 121 electric cooperatives where I represent, it is my duty to bring to light the factors contributing to the increase in electricity prices. I would just like to clarify, Madam Speaker, hindi po lahat ng mga factors affecting it ang sinasama ko dito because some of the proposed measures that I have filed have subject matters of the same. Let me impress upon the public, Madam Speaker, that if we carefully examine our electricity bill, an estimated average of 55% or more than half of the total electric bill is a generation charge. The charge pertains to the cost of generating electricity by the generating companies or power plant and has been supplied by the generation companies through the spot market or through a power supply contract with the distribution of electricity suppliers or distribution utilities. Now, Madam Speaker, with the recent oil, coal, and fuel prices reaching unprecedented heights, this has a direct and tremendous effect to the electricity rates. I am talking about the generation charge only because the distribution utilities did not increase their charges, only in the generation charge. This is because most power generation plants are fueled by either oil or coal. Karamihan po sa mga planta natin ay oil-based or coal-fired power plants o gumagamit ng oil or coal bilang panggatong sa pagpapatakbo ng turbina upang makapag-generate tayo ng 1 kilowatt-hour yung ginagamit natin na kuryente. Aside from this, Madam Speaker, the continuing drop of the Philippine peso against the US dollar also has a significant effect on the generation charge. Kasi dollar-denominated po yung pagbili natin ng panggatong sa ating mga planta. Most of this fuel are imported. Pag tumaas po yung exchange rate ng dollar, tataas po yung cost ng panggatong, ipapasa po ng mga planta yon sa kanilang power cost. At ipapasa din po yan ng mga distribution utilities sa electricity end users. Pangalawa po, Madam Speaker, is the implementation and further lowering of the threshold of the retail competition and open access. Yung tinatawag po na ARCOA, which is provided under Section 31 of Republic Act 9136 or EPIRA, yung Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, which allows for electricity end users with a monthly average peak demand of at least 1 megawatt before, and now it is lowered to only 500 kilowatt, to choose their own electricity supplier. Ang ibig sabihin po niyan, Madam Speaker, pwede po silang lilipat kung halimbawa dito sa Metro Manila, mayroon pong isang customer ng Meralco na 500 kilowatt yung kanyang demand, pwede po siyang makipagkontrata directly sa planta at lilipat doon ng pagkukunan ng kuryente. So, through that scheme as provided in EPIRA, the end users are given the freedom to choose to either remain with their distribution utility or leave and directly transact with their preferred power supplier. However, Madam Speaker, this could result to a higher electricity rate, particularly the generation charge for the consumers who will remain with that particular distribution utility. This is because the stranded contract cost of the distribution utilities are recovered or charged to the consumers equally. Halimbawa po, 500 kilowatt siya, lumipat na, at yung kontrata may natitira pa na 5 years o 10 years, patuloy pong nagbabayad yung distribution utility doon sa planta. Pero wala na po dyan yung customer na gumagamit, hindi na po siya makatulong sa pagbayad. Yung natitirang consumers, yan po ang naghahati-hati equally doon sa monthly na tinatawag na CRF or Capital Recovery Fee. That is mostly the provision of the power supply agreement sa lahat ng mga kontrata sa planta. Let me further explain, Madam Speaker, that for the benefit of the public. Ito pong stranded contra cost ay binabayaran natin sa buong duration ng kontrata. So pagka may natanggal po diyan, or halimbawa na pandemic tayo, nagsara yung mga tindahan, hindi na nakonsumo yung dati nilang konsumo, patuloy pong nagbabayad ang distribution utility sa pinagkakontratahan niya. At yung natitirang consumers ay madadagdagan po yung generation charge na binabayad nila. I would like to emphasize only the generation charge component of the electric bill. At habang patuloy na nababawasan ang kumukuha na konsumante sa isang distribution utility dahil sa mga bagay na yan at sa ARCOA ay patuloy din natataas ang magiging share na babayaran ng mga matitirang consumers mula sa cost na ito. In order to protect the remaining consumers, Madam Speaker, from shouldering this cost, we are looking at the Energy Regulatory Commissions to amend the rules to include in the rules that each load that will transfer to ARCOA will automatically be removed or subtracted from the power supply contract of the distribution utility. This way, the stranded contra cost will not be an added burden to the remaining electricity end users. Lastly, Madam Speaker, let me raise a crucial matter affecting every electricity consumers. Our consumers have been paying unnecessary charge on their electricity bill because we were paying twice as much market fees. Ito po yung market fees na kinukulikta ng wholesale electricity spot market na nasa provision din po ng IPIRA. So, these market fees are also passed on to the consumers as part of the generation charge na kinukulikta lamang po ng mga distribution utility. Section 30, Madam Speaker, of Republic Act 9136 or the IPIRA mandates that the wholesale electricity spot market or the WISM be operated by a market operator. To perform the functions of the market operator, it is allowed to collect fees from the market participants as regulated by the Energy Regulatory Commission. Currently, Madam Speaker, there are two entities performing as market operators. The first is the Philippine Electricity Market Corporation or PIMC, and the other one is the new entity, the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines or IMOP. To set the record straight and to prevent and correct the over-collection of market fees on the consumers, the Energy Regulatory Commission, in its recent decision on ARC case number 2019-088RC, stated that there should only be one independent entity that must govern and operate the wholesale electricity spot market. And PIMC is the only entity recognized by the Energy Regulatory Commission to perform such function. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the ARC ruled that IMOP has no authority to collect their separate market fees. Nangungulikta din kasi sila ng market fees using the approved application of PIMC. And that under that decision, the PIMC is directed to implement a refund of its over-collection to the consumers. Madam Speaker, let me just point out that despite IMOP's lack of authorization from ARC to collect fees for its operation, IMOP reported the amount of 54.8 million or 54,873,409 pesos to be exact in market fees and market fees receivable in its first year alone. And mind you, Madam Speaker, IMOP has been operating since 2018. The existence and incorporation of IMOP, Madam Speaker, is quite questionable. IMOP was incorporated in 2018 with only 7,000 pesos as capital. And the same year, it assumed the role of independent market operator without providing that it possessed the financial viability and necessary expertise as prescribed by the IRR of EPERA or Republic Act 9136. Moreover, Madam Speaker, IMOP was only 4 months when the operating agreement was signed with PIMC. It clearly does not satisfy EPERA's IRR requirement of not less than 2 years of experience and expertise as a leading market operator of a similar or larger size electricity market. Yan po yung requirement ng IRR sa EPERA. In line with the above-mentioned circumstances, Madam Speaker, this representation, together with other supporting members of the House, are filing a resolution to conduct an investigation and aid of legislation on the questionable permission of the IMOP. We need to review its incorporation and scrutinize if there are any possible irregularities in its formation and operation. Finally, Madam Speaker, if we truly want to lower the cost of electricity in our country, if the government is serious about improving the energy sector and affecting lasting change, what we should review and examine thoroughly is the generation charge and its components. Kasi yung pong generation charge ang mataas, more than 50% sa binabayaran natin. Gusto nating ipahimay sa Energy Regulatory Commission yung mga pinapasa nila na cost sa mga distribution utility para ma-explain din natin sa mga consumers kung tayo ay tatanungin. What we should review and examine thoroughly yung cost na yan. ERC should require them to submit regularly. Magkano yung bili nila sa coal, magkano yung bili nila sa bunker, sa diesel, at i-review muna nila bago ipasa sa mga distribution utility yung kanilang generation charge. Finally, Madam Speaker, we should also strengthen and enhance the information education campaign on the demand-side management. Mahalaga po ito, Madam Speaker, kasi sa planta po, sa power sector, mayroon po tayong 4 na klase ng planta. May base load plant, yung tumatakbo 24/7. Then yung mid-merit plant, yung at the middle of 24 hours a day operation, may mga oras po dyan na medyo tataas ng konti. Yan yung mid-merit, magpatakbo po tayo ng planta yan, nakatambayan. Then, yung tinatawag na peaking plants. Kasi may mga oras po tayo, halimbawa, alas 5 ng hapon hanggang alas 10 ng gabi, gumagamit po lahat, tumataas yung konsumo, pinapatakpo po natin yung peaking plants ng ilang oras lang, tapos pinapatay. Ngayon, mayroon pa tayong ancillary. Kasi kung may masira na mga planta, may sasalo. Naka-standby lang po yan. Kaya kung lahat tayo ay alam kung paano gawing flat yung curve ng ating konsumo, halimbawa, yung 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., alam natin na tataas yung konsumo. Kung mamalansa tayo o mag-aircon, baka pwedeng bawas-bawasan natin ang aircon para mag-flat siya, para hindi na tayo dagdag ng mga planta na binabayaran natin ng 24/7, pero 4 na oras lang naman natin ginagamit. So, marami po tayong magagawa. Sa palagay po ng representasyon na ito, pwede po nating ipasok to sa ating Department of Education, sa higher educations. Alam naman po, makakaintindi naman po yung mga college students, yung mga senior high school, para sa kanilang henerasyon po ay hindi na po mahalin tulad yung presyo ngayon. Kung maiwasan natin yung pag-construct at pag-construct ng planta na hindi naman po ginagamit ng 24/7, pero binabayaran natin lahat. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat sa pagbigay ng panahon, Madam Speaker. Maraming salamat sa aking mga kasamahan dito.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Deputy Speaker Sid Ungab for his interpellation. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Ungab is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, will the gentleman from the party list APEC, the Honorable Sergio Dugo, willing to yield to just a few clarificatory questions?
Gladly, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was listening to the very interesting privileged speech of the gentleman from APEC party list, I cannot help but imagine, considering the situation that he was speaking of earlier, that because of the present situation, of course, we understand that the Ukraine war is really distorting the economic situation of the world. And earlier he mentioned that prices of oil and the prices of coal are really shooting up, plus the fact that there are variations or there are distortions also in the foreign exchange rate. Now, my question, Madam Speaker, to the honorable gentleman, does he foresee an impending power rate increase in the near future, considering that the gentleman is very knowledgeable of the energy situation in the country? My question, Your Honor, is whether the gentleman from APEC foresee an inevitable power rate increase in the very near future.
Thank you for that question, Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on my observation for the last 6 months of 2022, kapag ano po yung nagiging presyo sa ating mga oil products like diesel and gasoline, parang similar lang po. Pag bumaba yung diesel natin o tumaas, yan din po yung situation sa generation component. I would like to emphasize we are only talking of the generation component of the electricity bill. So that's why in my PS, I introduced some solutions to the problem. And one of that also, Madam Speaker, ay kung medyo mataas na, in the case of Southern Leyte, umabot na po sila ng 19 pesos per kilowatt hour dahil po doon sa stranded cost. So, pagka ganun po, kailangan na pong may i-renegotiate natin yung planta, the contract between the distribution utility at yung planta. Din yung transition natin, Madam Speaker, sa renewable energy, pagbilisan natin, makakatulong po.
So, in other words, Mr. Speaker, since prices of the inputs are going up, like fuel prices, although a few weeks it was going down, but generally it's still up. If the prices of inputs or the per kilowatt hour of to produce electricity is going up, there's a possibility that these power utilities may request for price increases. And also, if my data is correct, the price per ton or per kilogram of coal used to be only $50. Now it's about 300 plus.
That's right, Madam Speaker. Per ton po, per ton.
Per ton. So to produce a kilowatt hour of electricity or energy, considering your input, and it will be increasing. And I think the war has been going on for the past 5 or 6 months already, and we do not know when this will end. Will this end in the next month or then in the next year? And my only concern, Madam Speaker, is we all know that the power utilities will bear the burden or will bear the brunt of these increases in inputs. What I am worried is ultimately it will be the consumers who will bear the burden because eventually this will be passed on to the consumers. Mr. Speaker, my last question to the honorable gentleman from APEC Party List: is there a way where we can caution or we can soften the impact to the consumer? Because I understand that for the past 6 months, the power utilities are already experiencing some or already absorbing the burden or the impact of these increases in fuel and coal.
There are a lot of solutions, Madam Speaker. Some of those solutions I have already mentioned. Some needs legislative enactment, and some just need amendments of some ERC rules like the market rules and the Department of Energy circular governing the operation of the market. That can help, and that should be parallelly supported with the demand side management of the consumers na maiwasan natin yung additional construction of power plants.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't have any further question. I would just like to commend and congratulate the Honorable Sergio Dagoc of the party list APEC for keeping our heads up and informing us of the situation very much earlier. We know that in the fight against inflation, we should be thinking ahead. We should be thinking in advance, considering that the bureaucratic processes, including the legislative processes, is very slow. That's why we have to think 6 months to 1 year ahead. So thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to the Honorable Dagoc. Daghang salamat.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Sergio Dagoc, together with its interpellations, to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we extend the privilege hour for another 3,600 seconds.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Salvador Pleto of the 6th District of Bulacan for his privileged speech. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Plato is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm malim yung amin apo. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Last July 27 at around 8:43 in the morning, I was at the office of Secretary Manny Bunuan at DPWH when we were stopped abruptly by a strong shaking, which we learned afterwards as a 7.0 magnitude earthquake that hit Abra province and affected many areas in Luzon, including Metro Manila. Like the biblical second coming of Christ, an earthquake hits like a thief in the night. The dreary images of suffering and destruction in the province of Abra, few 10 people killed, hundreds of individuals injured, thousands of residents displaced, power and water supply disrupted, and houses, buildings, roads, and bridges damaged. Before the Abra disaster, there were about 79 big earthquakes in 1951 up to 221 that hit the country with the lowest magnitude of 5.1 to the highest magnitude of 8.1, which resulted to many lives and properties destroyed. Before that period, other earthquakes has also struck the archipelago. The need for Filipinos to be fully aware or to be fully prepared for the earthquakes and other natural calamities is imperative and urgent because the geological location of the Philippines is in the ring of fire and therefore makes our country prone to earthquakes. Above all, the country's situation vis-a-vis earthquakes demands extreme urgent response on the part of Congress in the light of the so-called big one that is bound to happen again at any time. Indeed, it's not a question of if, but rather of when it will really happen. Two scientific studies of the possible effects of a major earthquake in Metro Manila, the Greater Metro Manila Area Risk Analysis Project, and the Metro Manila Earthquake Impact Reduction Study, have drawn similar scenes of a collective doomsday: 35,000 deaths, 500,000 injuries, 500 simultaneous fires in 98,000 to 170,000 collapsed structures, and about 2.4 trillion in damage. And Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology Chief Renato Solidom has repeatedly warned that the West Valley Fault, stretching from Bulacan through Quezon City and eastern parts of Metro Manila to Laguna and Cavite, could move anytime now because it moves every 400 years on the average. And it has moved in 1658 or 359 years ago. Stopping the natural phenomenon of earthquakes is certainly not humanly possible, but being prepared in all what mere mortals can do to possibly avoid extensive damage and loss of lives. I therefore am calling the attention of the honorable members of this august chamber to give special consideration as a top legislative priority to the enactment of House Bill 1180, entitled An Act Regulating the Planning, Design, Construction, Occupancy, Maintenance, and Demolition of Buildings, Promoting Building Resilience against Earthquake, Fire, Flood, Landslide, Storm, Volcano, and multiple hazards, enacting a new Philippine Building Act, thereby repealing Presidential Decree 1096 and for other purposes. With the enactment of this bill into law, our country will be better prepared to mitigate the loss of lives and damage to property. Our buildings, houses, and infrastructures will be more resilient in meeting the effects of earthquakes and other calamities. While this privileged speech is not yet a sponsorship speech for the bill, I just would want to emphasize that the bill embodies certain key provisions, among others: classification system, general requirements for design, general requirements for construction, general requirements for materials, and provisions for administration of the Philippine Building Act. Indeed, the enactment of the new Philippine Building Act to replace the antiquated 45-year-old PD 1096, entitled Adopting a National Building Code of the Philippines in BCP, thereby revising the Republic Act number 6541, which has outlined its usefulness, is long overdue and will ensure the more precious lives and properties are safe and protected. a new building code of the Philippines is urgent and a must. Ako po ay hindi nag-iisa sa layuning ito. Batid ko pong madami akong kasamahan na kinatawan ng iba't ibang distrito na lubos na nag-aalala sa daladalang panganib ng mga pagyanig at paglindol. Nais ko pong bigyan pagpupugay ang magiting natin na kinatawan at aking kaibigan, kasama, Congressman Romeo Momo, na siyang nagpasa ng House Bill 5605. Nais ko din bigyan pagkilala ang iba pang kinatawan na nagpanukala na nahawig sa House Bill na ito. Honorable Aurelio D. Gonzales Jr., Paulo C. Duterte, Michael Odilon Romero, David C. Suarez, Luis Raymond F. Villapuerte Jr., Eliandro Jesus F. Madruna, Eric Guyap, Joseph Lara, Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, Johnny T. Pimentel, Romel Rico T. Angara, simula po noong 18th Congress. Ang paghahanda ay kailangan natin simulan ang pagbabalangkas sa makabago at napapanahon na building code ay siyang dapat bigyan ng pansin ng kapulungan nito. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my dear colleagues. Aimbag nga malimyaan po. Salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ralph Tulfo of the 2nd District of Quezon City for his interpellation.
The Honorable Tulfo is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the honorable gentleman from Bulacan, Honorable Plato, to yield for a few questions if he permits.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I only have two questions. First, Madam Speaker, with the majority of my constituents from the 2nd District of Quezon City coming from informal settler families whose residences are constructed using light materials, what do you think will happen to these families specifically and to the citizens of Metro Manila in general if the big one hits us?
Pakiulit nga, Congressman Marap.
My concern, Mr. Speaker, is what is the effect to my constituents if the big one hits?
Before the big one and after the big one, before you should focus on prevention. Not only as to ensuring proper evacuation on this, kasi after na po yun, but also to manage infrastructure resilience. Yung new technologies, this will play an important role in ensuring this. Thus, immediate incorporation of the proven technologies like structural health monitoring systems, innovative materials, advanced earthquake engineering, and others are suggested. This will require investment, but it is necessary to guarantee an acceptable level of resilience. It is said that sabi nga ng mga consultants natin, every peso spent in prevention and preparation shall save 7 pesos in response and recovery.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, given the density of the population in Metro Manila with limited open spaces for evacuation, what do you propose should be the best solution in terms of infrastructure and legislative measures in order for us to be prepared for the big one?
For Metro Manila, that should exactly be ang priorities po natin na ensuring that there should be enough spaces for evacuation. It is done by re-studying. Pag-aralan natin muli ang yung tinatawag na CLUP, Comprehensive Land Use Plan, at saka po yung National Building Code. Hand in hand with this is the constant studying at yung amending our disaster risk reduction and management prevention and preparation to ensure that our infrastructures can withstand all the many natural hazards, disasters that our country is exposed. To limit po yung mga instances that we need to resort to evacuations.
On a final note, Madam Speaker, I would like to commend the representative from Bulacan in his effort to address our preparedness for the big one. With his permission, my office will closely coordinate with his as regards the measures he would propose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I would like to add, Congressman Ralph, as part of Congress, tayo po, dapat may responsibilidad tayo, may duty. We have our duty to propose legislation that will prevent and answer our problems. We can enact a bill providing for a calamity fund for earthquake resiliency. And also let us support the creation of the Department of Disaster Resilience as authored by our Speaker, Martin Romualdez, and other members of this chamber. Once again, I ask the support of my colleagues to support this piece of legislation as the passage of this new building code is very timely. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Paul Daza of the 1st District of Northern Samar for his interpellation.
The Honorable Daza is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've served in Congress. This is my third term, and so happy to see so much participation from the members. I'd like to ask if the gentleman from Bulacan will yield.
Madam Chair, it's an honor.
Madam Speaker, we've heard so many excellent privileged speeches on power, 4 Ps, and I think 2 on earthquakes. I agree with the gentleman from Bulacan because every so often we hear about the big one coming. Did I hear correctly, Madam Speaker, that the gentleman mentioned there's been previous studies before basically stating that the earthquake will come, but we just don't know when, but it will happen. Is that correct, Madam Speaker?
Are you asking if we are safe here in this building?
Well, I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker, ang pagkaintindi ko po dun sa the gentleman from Bulacan na merong malaking earthquake na darating.
Opo.
Tama po yun.
Yes, sir, Madam Speaker.
Kanina po nabanggit na yung malaking earthquake up north. So, nung nakaupo po ako dito, napag-isip po ako. Pinag-uusapan po yung earthquake and there were studies made. Gusto ko pong malaman dun sa gentleman from Bulacan. Because I know that the distinguished gentleman is an expert on this matter as an engineer and had worked many years in the Department of Public Works and Highways. Nagkaroon na po ng study, I'm curious, how safe, let's say, the House of Representatives is. Hindi ko, naisip ko lang pong tanongin, no? Kung may malaki pong earthquake, how safe is our house? The main chamber, the south wing, the north wing, and the other buildings.
Madam Chair, I'm not an expert. I'm just a civil engineer. Mayroon po tayong mga specialties dyan ng mga structural engineers. But as far as I know, Madam Chair, I've learned in my research, there was a study in 2012 by the building officials of Quezon City. You have so many congressmen here from Quezon City with regards to the structural integrity of this main building. Not only this main building, kasama po yung south wing at saka yung north wing. Ang alam ko po, may recommendations po sila at it was submitted to the House of Representatives in 2012. Hindi ko po alam kung ano naging comment and action ng panahon na yon. At isa pa, In 2016, an independent consultant conducted series of tests. Ito yung tinatawag nating mga geotechnical investigations at saka yung site-specific probabilistic seismic hazard analysis in order to generate seismic input for the Batasan Pambasa Complex building. It was done. Nasabit din po nila ito for they have submitted their recommendations. Hindi ko po alam kung ano ang nangyari during that year, 2016, kung ano ang ginawa ng House, kung ito o ano naging action nila o anong comment. I would like to know, in view of those studies and tests that was conducted, siguro po we need the records from the Secretary General if it is in conformity with the recommendations and the latest structural design code. Hindi ko po alam po eh. Kung sabihin kong safe tayo, baka bugbugin niyo ako dito pag may nangyari. Kaya I cited those studies conducted in 2012 and in 2016, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, it's good to know that apparently there were 2 studies made on the buildings here in the Batasan. May I ask the gentleman that there were studies made, hindi po niya alam kung ano po nangyari dun sa recommendation. So, ano po recommendation po ninyo, Madam Speaker?
Madam Chair, siguro I would request the Secretary General if we have the documents on what was the comment and action of the then Congress in 2012 and also in 2016. If we can ask records from the Secretary General, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, please allow me to manifest immediately now on the floor that these studies be given to us, and if the previous administrations of the House of Representatives took action on the recommendations, because I personally would like to know how safe our buildings are here in the Batasan complex. Allow me to thank the gentleman from Bulacan for bringing this out, Madam Speaker. I congratulate him and thank you for the time given to me for the interpellation.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Plato together with its interpellation to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
We move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Bordado is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, agriculture has been one of the hottest topics in the country nowadays, sparked in no small measure by the pronouncements made by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. before and after his first ever State of the Nation address. In the past weeks alone, we had seen countless news coverage, read numerous published articles, and heard different opinions and suggestions about the industry. All this extraordinary attention being given to the agriculture sector is understandable, if not completely warranted. The agriculture sector, which provides the nation with food, vital raw materials, and jobs, remains to be one of the key drivers of our economy. In fact, it is the main source of income for many Filipino families, especially in the rural areas. In 2020, the agricultural land utilized for crop cultivation in the country was 13.42 million hectares, used primarily to grow palay, corn, and coconut. During the same year, the sector employed 9.75 million Filipinos, or 24.8% of the country's total employment. And in the first quarter of 2022, the agriculture sector accounted for 9.4% of the Philippines' gross domestic product. However, Madam Speaker, we seem to forget that a robust, competitive agriculture industry is vital to poverty reduction, food security, and an overall prosperous economy. It remains to be an often overlooked sector plagued with innumerable problems, ranging from the lack of modernization and technical know-how, depleting natural resources due to climate change, and low production. We are lagging behind other Southeast Asian nations in terms of modernization and technological development in the sector. In fact, we rely heavily on imported agricultural products. According to the International Trade Administration, the Philippines is the 7th largest market in the world and the top market in Southeast Asia for U.S. agricultural exports. Even the agriculture sector's share to our annual GDP has been declining over the years. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, GDP from agriculture dropped from 434.74 billion pesos in the first quarter of 2022 from 527.11 billion pesos in the fourth quarter of 2021. Added to that, Madam Speaker, the value of production of agriculture contracted by negative 0.3% in the first quarter of 2022. It was an improvement from the negative 3.4% contraction during the last quarter of 2021, but considering our goal of improving the agriculture sector, this is still quite disappointing. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. himself has recognized the severity of our crisis in the agricultural sector. And in an unprecedented move, he has decided to take the helm of the Department of Agriculture, albeit temporarily. It is a decision that, if anything, shows his seriousness and commitment in solving the growing problems in agriculture in the country. For those in the industry, as well as for its advocates, this move could provide genuine changes and long-awaited solutions to the obstacles in the sector. The President's words and promises to revitalize agriculture have evidently ignited a renewed vigor to develop and improve the sector. It is a great vision, after all, to set the price of rice at 20 pesos per kilo. But for that vision to be possible, Madam Speaker, we should refrain from jumping the gun, so to speak. Before we could become a sufficient, highly competitive nation that does not rely heavily on imports, we need to be thorough and to take into consideration the country's realistic capabilities and limitations. But before we could provide solutions to the ongoing crisis, we also need to look at other factors that could impact the sector. Likewise, we need to address current issues such as the COVID-19 pandemic and its detrimental effects to our economy, the Russia-Ukraine war that has caused food shortages everywhere, the rising prices of fuel and other commodities, the diseases that could potentially impact humans and livestock, and the larger threat of climate change that has already devastated our natural resources. Madam Speaker, it is perhaps unavoidable to mention Sri Lanka's ultimate fate when talking about enacting changes in agriculture. Sri Lanka is a country that shares a lot of similarities with the Philippines, geographically and demographically. Like the Philippines, Sri Lanka is an agricultural country, cultivating crops like tea, rubber, and coconut. Sri Lanka too was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, its economy began plummeting. Now, ousted President Gotabaya Rajapaksa rolled out a plan to transition the country to purely organic farming in the span of a decade in an attempt to revitalize a crumbling economy. He banned the use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, further citing their negative effects on the environment. On paper, his planned shift to organic farming looked like a perfect solution to low food production and the growing environmental crisis as well. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, these lofty plans proved to be burdensome to Sri Lankan farmers who scrambled to come up with funds for natural fertilizers. In the end, the government failed to raise domestic production, and the ban severely impacted the production of tea, which is Sri Lanka's top export. The vision of a self-sufficient nation powered by organic agriculture would have been a great example for the rest of the world if it had worked. But in the face of worldwide grain shortages brought about by the Russia-Ukraine war, these changes only made Sri Lanka more food insecure. And while Rajapaksa's move towards organic agriculture could not be blamed solely for their economy's ultimate collapse, it was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Madam Speaker, we don't need to look outside our shores to see how unsustainable practices can provide short-term benefits but prove to be more damaging to the economy in the long run. The 1973 Masagana 99 program was developed to address the country's then worsening rice shortage. And if we are to gauge its success solely on the program's purpose, then it was a rousing one. Indeed, rice production improved after its implementation. But on the other hand, the Masagana 99's credit programs were very problematic, to say the least. They caused severe consequences for the rural banks that shouldered the risk of giving loans to farmers. And added to that, the program's dependence on chemical pesticides and fertilizers to produce higher crop yields had adverse effects on our environment. In the end, the issues it created outweighed the success it reaped, and the program was stopped in 1984. Madam Speaker, as a staunch advocate of agriculture, I am happy to see that the sector is now getting its long overdue moment in the spotlight. At last, we see the renewed vigor and commitment to develop agriculture in the country. But I also understand, while there are long-standing issues in the agriculture industry, the Philippines is also battling different crises that are as equally pressing as this one. Therefore, in order to create a modernized, highly competitive, and food-secure nation, as President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. himself has envisioned, we need to have a strong and carefully considered plan in place. In the webinar conducted by the UP College of Agriculture class of 1960 last September 25, 2020, national scientist MLQ Javier said, and I quote, "The narrative that the Filipino cannot rise above mediocrity is not correct, and we don't accept that," unquote. A sustainable and food-secure Philippines that could compete with other neighboring countries in terms of agriculture is entirely possible. But let us be cautiously optimistic. After all, problems and obstacles can occur even in the best laid out plans. In today's turbulent times, we must always plan for the long term, sustainable, and attainable benefits instead of swift, short-term gains. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Gabriel Bordado Jr. of 3rd District, Camarines Sur to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, at this point, we would like to recognize the guests of Representative Oka Malapitan and Congressman Dean Asistio, the city councilors of Caloocan City. And they are Enteng Malapitan, Leia Bacolod, Topet Adalem, Wayne Abel, Onet Henson, and May Africa. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
To the guests of the Honorable Malapitan and Asistio, welcome to the House of Representatives.
So move, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio City, Honorable Mark Go, to be recognized to avail of the privilege hour. So moved, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Mark Go is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I stand on a matter of personal and collective privilege to shed some light on some of the challenges and opportunities confronting the Philippine higher education system as we step into the next normal. But allow me to begin this privileged speech by thanking all of you and the House leadership for once again trusting this representation to lead the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. I'm humbled by the continuous faith, and I'm fired up to accomplish more than we did during the 18th Congress and to contribute to the success of this new Congress and this new administration. As soon as I learned of this fresh mandate, I immediately looked into where this new Congress should focus on as we endeavor to drive the development of higher and technical vocational education in the country. As the world slowly moves towards COVID's endemic stage, we remain vigilant amidst the recent rise in COVID cases and against the threat of monkeypox and other diseases. But as it should be, we are armed with the lessons we learned in the past 2.5 years and must now direct our attention on some of the challenges and opportunities for higher and technical education confronting us in the next normal. Last July 23, 2022, the Education Commission 2 bill lapsed into law. The EDCOM shall be convened to undertake a comprehensive national assessment and evaluation of the performance of Philippine education sector with the intention of recommending transformative, concrete, and targeted reforms. The EDCOM 2 shall accomplish its mandate within 3 years, during which it shall periodically report its accomplishments and recommendations to Congress. It will be remembered that back in 1990, the first EDCOM was convened, whose recommendations eventually led to the creation of the Commission on Higher Education and TESDA. This time, we are reconvening the EDCOM to address the ongoing education crisis evident in the country's embarrassing performance in international assessments, learning poverty, problematic school materials, and the comparative low number of research publications and low passing rates in professional licensure examinations, among others. This being said, the creation of EDCOM 2 does not mean that we are to sit around and wait for the body's findings and recommendations. Development waits for no one, while decline is inevitable for the idle. The evolving demands of the global economy, driven by technology, climate change, and global interdependence, compels us to act urgently to ensure that our schools are producing graduates that can survive and thrive in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. Graduates who are able to contribute to the attainment of our national goals. Article 14, Section 1 of the Constitution mandates that the state take appropriate steps to make quality education at all levels accessible to all. The mandate is clear. We need to ensure both quality and accessibility. The Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, passed in 2017, was a landmark legislation providing free higher education in all SUCs and LUCs, complemented with the Tertiary Education Subsidy Program. For academic year 2021-2022,
there were 1.97 million students who benefited from the law from 114 SUCs and 106 LUCs all over the country. In addition, 364,168 students were granted assistance through the Tertiary Education Subsidy Program. We can further improve accessibility by expanding our support to students of private higher education institutions through the TES or through other mechanisms. But we also need to study the sustainability of the universal access to quality tertiary education. On a different note, in one of the SUCs I recently visited, it has come to my attention that the school officials observe a sudden increase in the propensity of students to change majors or courses, supposedly as a consequence of the free tuition policy. Not only does the cause additional expense to the government, but the opportunity cost for the student and for the country would be even greater. We have yet to determine the full extent of this issue on a national scale, but this issue compels us to further examine the existence of other unintended consequences of the universal access to quality tertiary education in order to develop adequate solutions. We must also reach out by affirmative action the sectors of our society which historically has been marginalized and unable to benefit even from the recent developments in our policies on education. Without implying that challenges on accessibility is fully resolved, we recognize how far we have gone within the past couple of years. And I thank my honorable colleagues in the previous Congresses and the previous administration for this. However, the ongoing education crisis is a wake-up call for all of us. Accessibility alone is not enough. Focusing our efforts in accessibility alone does not fulfill our constitutional mandate. It is high time that we ask, where is the quality? Quality does not begin in higher education. The outputs of basic education are the inputs of higher education. It is reassuring that our President Bongbong Marcos Jr. addressed in his SONA the poor quality of education materials in schools, the need to provide refresher courses and retrainings for our hardworking teachers to stay abreast with technological growth, and the need to do better in the STEM subjects. The appointment of no less than Vice President Sara Duterte as head of the Department of Education is likewise a resounding declaration of this administration's commitment to improving our basic education system. We need to ensure that learners graduating from basic education are actually prepared to enter technical or higher education. I will not go any further, as I am sure that the very competent and passionate chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, Congressman Roman Romulo, already has a game plan for basic education. But allow me to emphasize the need for continuity and complementarity of basic and higher education. According to the fourth Philippine Graduate Tracer Study, there are 4 telltale signs of job education mismatch among our graduates. Graduates feel that they did not sufficiently develop communication, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. Secondly, only 70% of graduates think that their college degree is relevant to their first job. Third, less than half of them consider occupational skills learned in college as the main reason for landing their first or current job. And last, around 1/4 think that outdated skills is keeping them from getting a good job. The study also shows that only 49% of graduates of courses that require professional license are actually employed in jobs that match their degree. With the government fully subsidizing education in all SUCs and LUCs, and the fast-evolving labor and skills demands of Industry 4, aligning curriculum with industry needs will ensure that the universal access to quality tertiary education is truly an investment for the future of our graduates and the future of this nation. We need to finally institutionalize the Philippine qualifications framework to standardize higher education. This involves the development of the Philippine Credit Transfer System and the National Registry of Qualifications, as well as aligning the PQF with the Philippine Skills Framework, designing stackable or micro-credential programs can likewise future-proof disciplines and professionals. And it is also in this regard that we need to create efficient avenues for communication, cooperation, and collaboration among the government, the HCIs, and the industries for curriculum updating and standards development, which are grounded on the actual needs of the industries and responsive to the demands of the times. The continuing challenge on job skills mismatch pervades from the choice of discipline to the particular hard and soft skills acquired, and even up to the coverage and conduct of professional licensure examinations. 15 Philippine universities were included in the 2022 QS Asia University rankings. Of these, only the Big Four made it to the world rankings. Aligning our standards with international references is likewise an important aspect in raising the quality of Philippine higher education. During the 17th Congress, Republic Act 11448, or the Transnational Higher Education Act, was enacted. The law sought to accelerate transnational education partnerships by allowing foreign HCIs to establish branch campuses in the country through a local partner higher education institution and offering joint degree programs, among others. Transnational education is a response to the demands of the higher or highly competitive global environment. As we have seen throughout the pandemic, the times have liberated education from the confines of a four-cornered classroom by bringing in international standards and expertise and capitalizing on our experience with flexible learning. We can provide Filipino students opportunities to receive world-class training and instruction and to develop skills that are relevant to emerging industries, local and abroad. The transfer of knowledge from foreign partners will help our universities upgrade and gain international recognition. Unfortunately, CHED was not given the budget to actually implement the said law. I therefore appeal to my honorable colleagues to support internationalization initiatives and to let us give the necessary budget allocation to implement the Transnational Higher Education Act. With almost 4.5 million students enrolled in more than 2,000 higher education institutions worldwide, the functions of CHED require a commensurate institutional and manpower support. It is crucial to revamp the top-heavy structure of CHED that limits its mobility and efficiency. The right sizing of CHED is essential in ensuring that quality is consistent all over the country. We cannot talk about quality without looking at our faculty members. CHED Memorandum Order Number 40 of 2008 requires all HCI faculty to have at least a master's degree. This requirement has already been upheld by the Supreme Court in multiple occasions. In 2018, the case of Sun versus UST, the court went on to expound that the operation of educational institution involves public interest, and therefore the government has the right to ensure that only qualified persons in possession of sufficient academic knowledge and teaching skills are allowed to teach in such institutions. However, according to CHED's most recent published figures, only 52.5% of private higher education institutions faculty holds at least a master's degree. In the SUCs fare only a little better with 54.9%. It goes without saying that the number of doctorate degree holders among the faculty in both public and private HCIs is even more disheartening, with only 13.4% in private higher education institutions and 16.7% in SUCs. Meanwhile, our country continues to lag behind among our regional neighbors in terms of research productivity. Higher education institutions have mushroomed all over the country over the past 3 decades. We have the second highest number of HCIs in Southeast Asia, right after Indonesia. And yet, we rank 6th in research productivity. We have more HCIs than all the HCIs in Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam combined. And yet, each one of those countries are producing more research documents than the Philippines. What does that say about our research culture? Research publications should not be viewed merely as a requirement for tenure or promotion. Research publications are meant to generate and transmit knowledge and contribute to the development of a particular sector or field of study. Beyond the higher education sector, our country is confronted with numerous challenges from public health to agriculture, climate change, and national defense, among others. And all these challenges require research-oriented solutions. Both the continuous education of our faculty and research productivity are essential tools in cultivating a culture of innovation, creating spaces for academe and industry collaborations, and overall raising the quality of higher education. We need to create programs that will allow our faculty to pursue further studies and pursue research opportunities. We need to incentivize research productivity and support our scientists and researchers who are guiding the country in its development path. Finally, institutionalized culture is said to be the determining factor in sustaining the gains from innovations introduced in our higher education system since the beginning of the pandemic. The pace by which our HCIs transitioned its services, systems, student, faculty, and staff to online-based platform is truly unprecedented. The radical changes brought about by the pandemic in higher education cannot be viewed simply as emergency responses to a health crisis that will soon end. These changes must be accepted as merely the beginning of systematic reforms. If we do not intentionally pursue reforms, it is very easy to find ourselves conveniently returning to the comforts of our traditional pre-pandemic systems. The pandemic may have been the catalyst of these reforms, but the education crisis has been hunting us long before. And now COVID may be nearing its end, but the full breadth of the education crisis is only beginning to unfold. I have long believed that a nation rises not merely by floating along with the ebbs and flows of time, nor by passively waiting for cultural resets and economic jumpstarts to jolt the society in motion. A nation rises through the active works and participation of individual and institutional actors who determine the direction the nation takes. The same is true with the development of higher education in the country. We do not need another sudden historic event to disrupt our education systems and compel us to progress. It is up to us to keep pushing for improvement. It is up to us to keep the momentum going. Zoom classes are not the be-all of modern education. After COVID is signed off, it is up to us to determine where we are headed next. The next normal lies in a world that at this point is filled with uncertainties. And while uncertainties are often viewed with a crippling fear, they may also be a great source of endless opportunities. The new normal has shown our ability to adapt, while the next normal now presents us with opportunities to reform, to innovate, and to progress. Between education crisis And the next normal, we surely have our work cut out for us this 19th Congress. And so may we always find strength in knowing that the true power of education manifests not only on the life of the student educated, but on his community and on his nation as well. Again, maraming po salamat at magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, will the gentleman from Baguio City be willing to respond to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Honorable Roman Romulo.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I move to recognize Honorable Roman Romulo to interpolate Congressman Go.
The Honorable Romulo is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Go, maraming salamat na pwedeng magtanong ng clarificatory questions lamang.
Opo, pwede po.
Yes. Chairman Go, you mentioned earlier that the Philippines has more HEIs, meaning more colleges and universities than many of its neighbors in Asia. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also mentioned that despite the fact that we have more HEIs than most of our neighbors, we produce less research papers? Or do you mean we produce less quality research papers?
Well, what I mentioned is less research papers, but if you want to include the term quality, I think we can consider that, Your Honor.
Yes. Because, Madam Speaker, just to
Yes.
clarify, I was once chairperson also of higher education, and I understand that in order to get promoted or in order to get a position in our SUCs, in fact, research work is required for a doctoral or a masteral degree. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, just because of the number of HEIs and the requirement of research papers, hindi ba talagang ang dami natin na pro-produce na research materials?
Dapat marami, but if we compare it with the other universities outside of the country, as I have indicated earlier, they have more research outputs than the different HCIs in the Philippines.
So, what could be the reason for that, Honorable Go? Is it merely funding, or is it also the fact that the Commission on Higher Education probably has not imposed any minimum standards for purposes of research materials to be produced?
There are so many reasons why we have less researchers in the country. One is, of course, the funding. And second, we need to have, probably, as I mentioned, we need to incentivize this particular program so that we can encourage more people to do researches. And third, I think we need to articulate the importance of discipline among our professors and other educators in the country in terms of the importance of researches as a tool in improving the quality of education in the country.
So, Honorable Go, we have to have all three in order for us to produce quality research materials? Or is it any of the three? Or can we ask the Commission on Higher Education to impose conditions, standards for our faculty in producing the research materials?
Well, we can ask the Commission on Higher Education, but these different universities and colleges in the country are autonomous. So I would suggest the most important agency that should, probably encourage or impose certain conditions would be the different universities and colleges in the country. And we should also, as I've stated, the focus should be both quality and quantity of researches. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Go. Again, you mentioned also funding. Could I also solicit from the good gentleman what his views are with this free college education for all? Do you think that it is now a constraint on the budget of our SUCs that they are unable to reach their potential?
Well, right now, as far as the universal access to quality tertiary education, it's free for all in the SUCs and the LUCs. But we give subsidy through the TES to students studying in higher educational institutions. So having said that, I would surmise that we provide in terms of budget for the education of our children. But we need to give support to our teachers who will pursue research in their chosen field. And that's probably research grants or probably professorial chairs that we can give to our faculty in the different SUCs and even in the other higher educational institutions, Madam Chair, our Honorable Roman.
Exactly, Madam Chair. That is the point. I think even the chairperson is aware that budgetary restraints of our country is always present every budget hearing. Now that we provide free college education, including to those who can afford, does it not take away resources that we could have provided to our faculty and teachers in order for more quality research materials to be produced?
Well, I think that should not be the way we should look at it, Madam Speaker, Honorable Roman. I think we need to look at the tertiary education that we have approved in this Congress is an important legislation that we have made to really help our people. But this should not affect, supposedly, the support that we provide to our faculty who will go into studies and researches, So what is really needed is
more funds.
Increase the budget for our teachers who will do researches and other related programs for their respective institutions.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the gentleman from Baguio City. I'm sure we will be together in the Education Summit, and we will have many points to discuss on this matter. Thank you to the gentleman from Baguio City.
Thank you very much, my colleague. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Go and the interpellation of Honorable Roman Romulo to be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we would like to recognize the guest of the Honorable Congressman Plato of Bulacan, Madam Gurley Plato.
The guest of Honorable Plato is recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to extend the privilege hour for another 30 minutes. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List for his privileged speech. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Manuel is now recognized.
Magandang hapon, Madam Speaker. Magandang hapon sa lahat ng ating mga kapwa mambabatas. Bago ko simulan ang aking talumpati ngayong araw, gusto kong batiin ang lahat ng isang hapong puno ng pag-asa at pagmamahal mula sa mga kabataan. Sa darating na August 12, 2022, Biyernes, ay magaganap ang ika-23 selebrasyon ng Pandaigdigang Araw ng Mga Kabataan o International Youth Day. Natutuwa rin tayong ibalita na sa bisa ng Republic Act 11913 na nag-lapse into law noong July 30, 2022, ay naitatawag na rin natin itong National Youth Day sa Pilipinas. Ang araw na iyon ay isang oportunidad upang makatawag ng pansin sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon ng mga kabataan at mahikayat ang mga kapwa-kabataan na maglunsad ng mga aktibidad upang itaas ang kanilang kamalayan at partisipasyon sa mga isyu ng ating bansa. Hindi lang po TikTok ang alam ng mga kabataan ngayon. Totoo namang malikhain ang mga kabataan sa social media. Pero noong mahigpit ang mga lockdown sa bansa, lumabas din ang pagiging malikhain ng mga kabataan para ipakita ang iba't ibang paraan ng pagmamahal sa kapwa at sa bayan. Lumabas sa bahay ang mga kabataan para magtayo ng mga community pantry, mag-set up ng mga alternative learning center, at tumulong sa mga kababayang apektado ng bagyo at iba pang sakuna. Sa gitna ng malalang krisis na kinakaharap ng mga kabataan sa edukasyon, kalusugan, kabuhayan at karapatan, nais ibahagi ng Kabataan Party List ang tampok na mga usapin hinggil sa kalagayan ng mga kabataan sa ating bansa. Patungkol sa edukasyon, sabik na ang maraming kabataan na makabalik sa mga paaralan, makita muli ang kanilang mga kaklase at guro at matuto sa face-to-face na paraan. Matagal na itong inaabangan, lalo na ng mga kabataang nahirapang iahon ang kanilang mga sarili habang pasan ang mabigat na academic workload at pressure na dulot ng distance learning at habang naghahanap ng pantustos para makapagpatuloy sa kanilang edukasyon. Naghahanda na ang education community sa panunumbalik ng face-to-face classes habang kumakaharap ang bansa sa mataas na presyo ng mga bilihin na pumalo na sa 6.4% nitong July 2022. Dahil dito, napapanahon na ang pagsilip sa matrikula at iba pang bayaring sinisingil sa mga estudyante, lalo na iyong mga bayaring kaduda-duda o paulit-ulit. Responsibilidad ito ng Department of Education o DepEd at Commission on Higher Education o CHED, mga ahensya na may kapangyarihang bantayan at aprubahan ang pagtaas ng tuition and other school fees sa mga paaralan. Hindi rin maikakaila ang malubhang epekto ng pandemya sa mental health ng ating mga kabataang estudyante. Ibig sabihin po nito, hindi lang nag-iinarte ang ating mga kabataan. Ayon sa isang study na ginawa sa mga estudyante sa Metro Manila, doble ang rates ng mental health issues sa hanay ng mga estudyante kumpara sa mga hindi estudyante. Patunay na isang signifikanteng salik ang distance learning sa pagtaas ng bilang ng mga estudyanteng nakakaranas ng mental health problems. Pumapatong ito sa malubhang mental health situation ng mga kabataang Pilipino bago pa man dumating ang pandemya at ipinataw ang distance learning. Maliban sa mental health, patuloy na hamon sa atin ang pagbibigay pansin sa iba pang aspeto ng kalusugan ng kabataan. Kabilang dito ang reproductive health, pati na rin ang physical health at ang usapin ng malnutrisyon at kagutuman na nakakalimita sa potensyal ng mga kabataan, lalo na iyong mga bahagi ng low-income families. Habang nagsusumikap ang maraming kabataan sa sariling kapasidad na makapag-aral ng mabuti at makakuha ng desenteng trabaho pagkatapos nilang gumraduate, hangad din ng kabataan ang mga programa at sistema na makakatulong para magawa ng kabataan ang papel nito bilang bahagi ng pag-unlad, tunay na pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Hindi matatanganan ng kabataan ang papel na ito kung ituturing lamang tayo bilang balon ng low-paid and docile labor. Hindi lubos na magagampanan ng kabataan ang pagiging pag-asa ng bayan kung sasanayin at ihuhulma ang kaisipan ng kabataan para maging sunod-sunuran lamang at di kalaunan ay mapagsamantalahan habang binabarat ang kanilang sahod at pinapanatili silang kontraktual sa kanilang pinagtatrabahuhan. Dahil dyan, kaisa ang kabataan sa pagsulong ng mapagpalayang edukasyon at ng mas maayos na pagtrato sa mga manggagawa. Bilang bahagi ng milyon-milyong mga manggagawa sa bansa, suportado ng mga kabataan ang mga patakaran para sa regularisasyon, pagtaas ng sahod sa antas na nakabubuhay, paggalang sa karapatang mag-unyon, at pagpapatigil sa iba't ibang forma ng atake sa mga manggagawang nais bumuo o sumali sa mga unyon. Sa ganitong tunguhin, bago pa man maging mga manggagawa o profesional, nais na ng mga kabataan na payabungin ang kritikal na pag-iisip at ang pag-exercise ng democratic rights. Critical thinking and democratic rights are tools that will enable the youth to advance its interests and perform its duty to the people. Sa murang edad, na ipapamalas na ng mga kabataan ang kasigasigang pag-aralan ang tunay na kalagayan ng lipunan at isulong ang kapakanan ng mamamayan, kabataan man o iba pang aping sektor na dapat protektahan at pakinggan. Gayunpaman, habang sinisikap ng kabataan na maging aktibo at matapang na magtanong o magpahayag, may mga pagkakataon na tinatapatan ito ng pagmamaliit, pananakot, o panunupil sa loob ng eskwelahan, sa kanilang mga komunidad, at maging sa online spaces. Hindi pa rin natitigil ang harassment at red tagging sa mga kabataan. Kabilang sa mga biktima, ang mismong second nominee ng Kabataan Party List, Ilocos Coordinator, Indigenous Peoples Advocate, at babae na si Angel Galimba. Pati ang dating Kabataan Party List nominee na ngayon Executive Director ng Ilocos Center for Research Empowerment and Development na si Florence Kang. Patuloy na pinapatahimik sa pamamagitan ng pandarahas, illegal arrests, raids at mga gawa-gawang kaso ang mga lider kabataan. Meron tayong mga kabataang kinulong dahil sa kanilang mga paniniwala, pakikilahok sa mga isyu ng bansa o mga bintang na walang matibay na ebidensya, tulad ng community journalist sa Tacloban na si Frenchie May Cumpio. Sa Negros, nasa kulungan pa rin ang human rights advocate at LGBT na si Wilmar Pongasi o mas kilala sa Palayaw na Verdi. Former Kabataan Party List National Council member na si CJ Matarlo, Farmers Welfare Advocate Harleen Balora, at Young Environmental Advocate John Michael Texon. Sa Antique, nariyan sina Jover Monsale, Joseph Esmediana, at Kirby Ryan Orgon na hinuhuli habang nagsasaka. Sa Southern Tagalog, si Alex Pacalda, former campus journalist at female human rights worker. Sa Caraga, nandyan si Renalyn Tejero, lumad scholar at Christian youth leader. Sa Southern Mindanao, nasa 31 o 31 na mga kabataan ang nakakulong matapos sulihin sa iba't ibang lugar at araw nitong nagdaang 6 na taon. Pinakabagong dagdag sa listahan ang magkapatid na sina Ismael Asian Pangadas at Mawing Asian Pangadas o tinaguriang Pangadas Brothers na inaresto sa araw ng SONA nitong Hulyo. All of those named are among the nearly 700 political prisoners in the country as of December 2021, 6 of which were arrested as minors. Kaya naman po, sa darating na ika-23rd na International Youth Day at unang National Youth Day sa Pilipinas, titindig po ang mga kabataan at isasabuhay ang tema ng araw na ito alinsunod sa United Nations. Ang tema na po na iyon ay Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages. Sa pamamagitan ng tema na ito, binibigyan ng atensyon ang konsepto ng ageism na nakakabara sa pagtutulungan at pakikiisa sa pagitan ng iba't ibang edad at grupo. According to the World Health Organization, ageism encompasses the stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination towards others or even oneself based on age. Dagdag ng UN, and I quote, "Ageism is an insidious and often unaddressed issue in health, human rights, and development, and has bearings on both older and younger populations around the world. Young people continue to report age-related barriers in various spheres of their lives, such as employment, political participation, health, and justice. On an individual level, these age-related obstacles can deeply impact well-being and livelihoods, not only during the youth years, but also in adulthood. Kaya naman, Madam Speaker, akmang-akma ang 9-point Youth Legislative Agenda ng Kabataan Party List sa temang Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages. Agenda man ito na binuo ng mga kabataan, tiyak naman na ang scope nito ay komprehensibo at bitbit ang interes ng lahat ng mamamayan, lalo na ng marginalized groups, dahil produkto ito ng mga serye ng konsultahang kabataan, panayam at pananaliksik sa iba't ibang eskwelahan at komunidad. Nilalaman ng 9-point Youth Agenda ang ligtas, abot kamay at dekalidad na edukasyon para sa lahat, batayang serbisyong panlipunan sa gitna ng pandemya, nakabubuhay na sahod at trabaho para sa lahat, tunay na reformang agraryo, mabuting pamamahala at pagwawakas sa tiraniya, karapatan, katarungan at kapayapaan, pambansang soberanya, pangangalaga sa kalikasan at aksyong pangklima, at panghuli, pagkakapantay-pantay ng kasarian at paglaban sa diskriminasyon. Magiging gabay po ang 9 na puntong ito sa mga advokasya at labang tatahakin ng mga kabataan. Naway suportahan natin ang mga kabataan sa kanilang mga adhikain at panawagan. Advance National Youth Day at sana ay maging makabuluhan ang ating pagdiriwang. Maraming salamat sa lahat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Raul Manuel to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers for his interpellation.
The Honorable
sorry,
Franz
for her-
Castro is
for her-
recognized for
For her
her
privileged speech. sorry.
privilege speech.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Marami ring salamat sa ating Majority Leader. Isang magandang hapon po sa ating mga kapwa kinatawan at sa ating mga kababayan na nakikinig ngayon dito sa ating kapulungan. Nakakalungkot, Madam Speaker, na mayroon na namang namumuong tensyon sa pagitan ng China at Taiwan dahil sa pagbisita kamakailan ni Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, sa Taiwan. Alam natin na matagal nang may sigalot ang China at Taiwan dahil sa tinatawag na One China Policy. Ngunit lalo pa itong umigting dahil sa provokasyon ng US. Sa kasalukuyan, mayroon ng mga military drills ang China, gayon din naman ang US forces sa palibot ng Taiwan. Hindi dapat makialam ang US sa nangyayaring sigalot sa China at Taiwan. Dapat pong galangin ng US ang kanilang mga soberanya at pag-uusap. Nararapat din na idaan ito sa mapayapa at diplomatikong paraan ang paglutas ng kanilang mga sigalok. Madam Speaker, nakakabahala at hindi magandang pahiwatig ang nangyayari sa kasalukuyan para sa Pilipinas na ilang milya lamang ang layo sa Taiwan. At para sa mga overseas Filipino workers na nagtatrabaho sa Taiwan na tinatayang humigit kumulang sa 200,000. Ang mga provokasyon ng US, hindi lamang sa Taiwan, ay nakakagambala sa kapayapaan at seguridad ng buong Asia-Pacific region. At maaring umantong sa mas maraming military build-up, exercises o magkaroon ng kinakatakutan nating gera. Alam natin na sa gera kumikita ang US dahil siya ang numero 1 supplier ng mga armas at iba pang mga kagamitang pangmilitar. Kaya pabor sa kanila ang mga nangyayaring kaguluhan tulad ng China at Taiwan at isama na rin natin yung mga problema natin sa West Philippine Sea. Hinihimok ng kinatawang ito mula sa kaguruan, Madam Speaker, ang Administrasyong Marcos Jr. na sa lalong madaling panahon ay gumawa ng contingency plan para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kapwa Pilipino at OFW na nasa Taiwan. Kung sakaling mas lumaki pa ang kasalukuyang sitwasyon dahil sa nangyayaring standoff sa pagitan ng China at Taiwan. Gayon din, mariin nating binabalaan ng US na huwag gamitin ang mga teritoryo ng Pilipinas na malapit sa Taiwan bilang lunsaran o transit zone para sa mas higit pang mga provokasyon at aggression. Sana, Madam Speaker, madaan sa mapayapang usapin at diplomasya ang mga di pagkakaunawang ito ng China at Taiwan, ng US at ng China. So ito lang po, Madam Speaker, at maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech, the committee, the speech of Honorable Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to terminate the privilege hour. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to terminate the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for a suspension for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
The session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 185 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the said House Resolution.
House Resolution number 185, resolution expressing the warmest congratulations of the members of the House of Representatives to Executive Minister Eduardo V. Manalo and the members of the Iglesia ni Cristo on its 108th founding anniversary celebration.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution 185. So move, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor of the adoption of House Resolution number 185, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The House Resolution 185 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consolidation of House Resolutions 41, 80, 87, and 91 with the adopted House Resolution 185. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Thank you.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the election of the following members to the various committees as follows. To the Commission on Appointments, as members, Malapitan Oscar G., Biron, Ferdinand G. To the Committee on Accounts, as members, Villarasa Suarez Ana Marie, Juano Dizon, Emery Lollipop, Ferrer Juliet Marie de Leon, Asistio, Dean, Pancho Agustina Dominic C., Lagon, Sunny SLL, Lagon, Daphne A. Go, Mark O. Sakuluran, Princess Rihan M. Veloso Tuason, Ana Victoria. Matsura, Bay Dimple I. Vargas, Patrick Michael D. Nava, Ma Lucille L. M. D. Kari, Carl Nicolas C. To the Committee on Appropriations, as Vice Chairpersons, Umali Alfonso Jr. V. Villarasa Suarez Ana Marie. As members, Go, Mark O. Copilar, Marivicma Victoria C. Juano Dizon Emery Lollipop, Lagon, Daphne A. Amentado, Maria Vanessa C. Yap, Christopherson M. Dimaporo, City Amina Q. Santos, Ma Alana Samantha T. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, as member, Go, Mark O. To the Committee on Ecology, as member, Aumentado Maria Vanessa C. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, as Vice Chairperson, Teves Arnolfo Arni Jr. A. As members, Yunavia Christian S. To the Committee on Health, as members, Duhali Alan Alduar, Castro Jane T. To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Versosa Samuel Jr. S. Castro Jane T. To the Committee on Human Rights, as member, Malapitan Oscar G. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, as members, Nograles Margarita Ignacia B. Teves Arnolfo Arni Jr. A. To the Committee on Local Government, as Vice Chairperson, Malapitan Oscar G. To the Committee on Mindanao Affairs, as Vice Chairpersons, Tamayo Reynaldo S. Almario Chino Miguel D. To the Committee on Natural Resources, as Vice Chairperson, Tamayo Reynaldo S. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as member, Konghun Jefferson F. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, as Vice Chairpersons, Matibag Marene Ann Lourdes G., Flores, Jonathan Keith T. Cardema, Drixie May S. Arrogancia, Reynante U. Ferrer, Juliet Marie De Leon, Barzaga, Elpido F. As members, Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D. L. Loyola, Roy M. Fortes, Manuel Jr. L. To the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, as Chairperson, Villanueva Eduardo Bro, Eddie C. As Vice Chairpersons, Hagedorn Edward S. U. Jaisel Victoria C. Veloso Tuason, Ana Victoria Alba, Jose Manuel F. As Member, Alvarez, Jose C. To the Committee on Tourism, as members, Tutor Christine Alexi B. Go, Ed Christopher S. Buhain, Eric R. Cagas, John Tracy F. Tupas, Raul Buboy C. Go, Mark O. Nava, Malusil MD. Goriqueta, Michael B. Celeste, Arthur F. Dalog, Maximo Jr. Y. Barba, Angelo Marcos, U. Jaisel Victoria C. Cruz, Ricardo Jr. S. Gato, Siraco Jr. B. Alvarez, Mercedes K. Limcay Chong, Jocelyn C. Escudero, Marie Bernadette G. Almonte, Jason P. Cari, Carl Nicolas C. U. Divina Grace C. Co. Angelica Natasha. Amante, Loreto S. Salvame, Edgardo L. Singson, Richelle. Olaso, Kimmer Adanti. Panotes, Rosemary C. Sakdalan, Joselito Joel S. To the Committee on Trade and Industry as Vice Chairpersons, Escudero, Marie Bernadette G. Tamayo, Reynaldo S. As members, Alvarez, Mercedes K. and Verga, Wilfredo Mark M. Coanco, Jaime D. Duavit, Michael John R. Abunda, Maria Fe R. Castro, Jane T. To the Committee on Transportation, as members, Olaso, Kimer Adanti, Tanwatco, Emilio III P. Dayang Hirang, Nelson L. Marino, Mario Vittorio Marvi A. Tupas, Raul Boboy C. Dalog, Maximo Jr. Y. Gato, Kiriaco Jr. B. and Verga, Wilfredo Mark M. Marquez, Carlito S. Calderon, Peter John D. Acharon, Loreto B. Garcia, Jose Arturo Jr. S. Coanco, Jaime D. Rodriguez, Rufus B. Arenas, Ma Rachel J. Alvarez, Jose C. Cabredo, Fernando T. Bascug, Alfelito Alfel M. Violago, Joseph Gilbert F. Tariela, Leodi ODF, Gintu, Ivan Howard A. Chua, Joel R. Panotes, Rosemary C. D. Ian Paul L. Veloso Tuason, Ana Victoria Bustos, Jorge Patrol Castro, Jane T. To the Committee on Visayas Development, as Chairperson, Javier Lolita T. As Vice Chairperson, Yap Christopherson M. As members, Alvarez, Mercedes K. Abunda, Maria Fe R. To the Committee on Ways and Means, as Vice Chairpersons, Dayang Hirang, Nelson L. Haresco, Teodorico G. Teodorico Jr., Lagon, Sunny SLL, Briones, Nicanor B. As members, Swansing Horacio Jr. P. Tambunting, Gustavo S. Cagas, John Tracy F. Barbers, Robert Ace S. Marino, Mario Vittorio Marvi A. Suwan Lordan G. Rodriguez, Rufus B. Vergara, Rosania Ria V. Alvarez, Jose C. Salo, Ron P. To the Committee on Welfare of Children, as Chairperson, Co. Angelica Natasha. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, as Vice Chairperson, Delmar Rachel Margarita B. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, as Vice Chairperson, Gomez Richard I. Buhain, Eric R. U. Jaisel Victoria C. Ortega, Francisco Paulo V.P. Tolentino, Aniela Bianca D. Nisay, Journey Jet, Romero, Michael L. Ph.D., Velasco, Lord Alan J.Q. As members, Almonte, Jason P. Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D.L., Legarda, Antonio Jr. B., Coanco, Jaime D., Yap, Christian Tel A., Revilla, Brian B. To the Committee To the Special Committee on Food Security, as member, Robert Raymond M. To the Special Committee on Southern Tagalog Development as Vice Chairpersons, Buhayin Eric R., Tanhuatco Emilio III P. To the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea, as Chairperson, Gonzales Neptali II M. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection to the election of the members to their respective committees? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect to the Committee on Agriculture and Food as member Barzaga Elpidio F., to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources as Vice Chairperson Tupas Raul Boboy C., to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture as Vice Chairperson Panotes Rosemary C., as member Gato Siriaco Jr. B., to the Committee on Constitutional Amendments as members Barzaga Elpidio F., Zamora Isabel Maria J., to the Committee on Dangerous Drugs as Vice Chairpersons Acop Romeo M., Delmar Rachel Marguerite B., to the Committee on Disaster Resilience as Vice Chairperson Bulot Begtang Eleanor C., to the Committee on Economic Affairs as Chairperson Valmayor Gerardo Jr. P., Vice Jaresco Chodorico Jr., Committee on Energy as members Acop Romeo M., Garcia Jose Arturo Jr. S., to the Committee on Foreign Affairs as member Abunda Maria Fe R., to the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability as members Barzaga Elpidio F., Acop Romeo M., to the Committee on Health as Vice Chairperson Tutor Christine Alexi B., as members Gato Siriaco Jr. B., Barzaga Elpidio F., Acop Romeo M., Abunda Maria Fe R., to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education as member Barzaga Elpidio F., to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development as member Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C., to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology as Vice Chairpersons Cabredo Fernando T., Ortega Francisco Paulo V. P., to the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy as Vice Chairpersons Ferrer Juliet Marie de Leon, Rivera Noel Bong N., as member Collantes Maria Teresa V., to the Committee on Justice as Vice Chairperson at Sharon Loreto B., as members Barzaga Elpidio F., Ortega Francisco Paulo V. P., Acop Romeo M., to the Committee on Legislative Franchises as Vice Chairperson Alvarez Mercedes K., to the Committee on Local Government as Vice Chairperson Garcia Jose Arturo Jr. S., Vice Garcia Dante S., Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development as Vice Chairperson Suwan Lordan G., to the Committee on National Defense and Security as Chairperson Tupas Raul Boboy C., as members Rodriguez Rufus B., Co. Ricardo T., to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs as Vice Chairperson Olaso Kaimer Adan T., to the Committee on People's Participation as Vice Chairperson Agarao Maria Jamina Catherine B., to the Committee on Public Accounts as Vice Chairperson Zamora Isabel Maria J., to the Committee on Public Information as Vice Chairperson Co. Olga Ara T., to the Committee on Public Order and Safety as Vice Chairpersons Regencia Celso G., Zamora Isabel Maria J., To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as members, Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C., Amatong Adrian Michael A., Salvame Edgardo L., and Gato Siriaco Jr. B. To the Committee on Revision of Laws, as members, Rodriguez Rufus B., Zamora Isabel Maria J., Tanwatco Emigdio III P. To the Committee on Science and Technology, as Vice Chairpersons, Garcia Maria Angela S., and Co. Ricardo T. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, as members, Rodriguez Rufus B. To the Committee on Tourism, as members, Co. Ricardo T., Singson Ronald V., Legarda Antonio Jr. B., and Barbers Robert Ace S. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, as Chairperson, Marino Mario Vittorio Marve A., as Vice Chairperson, Villa Zaldi S., as member, Sally Dimzar M. To the Committee on Ways and Means, as members, Fuentebella Arnulf B., Barzaga Elpidio F., Kawagdan Rudy S., DPA, Goriseta Michael B., Lagon Sani SLL, Salimbangon Janice Z., Reyes Ray Florence T., Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C., Amatong Adrian Michael A., Ordanes Rodolfo Ompong M., and Co. Ricardo T. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, as member, Abunda Maria Fe R. To the Special Committee on Bases Conversion, as Vice Chairpersons, Garcia Maria Angela S. and Cruz Ricardo Jr. S. As member, Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C. To the Special Committee on Bicol Recovery and Economic Development, as member, Cabredo Fernando T. To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts, as member, Rodriguez Rufus B. To the Special Committee on East Asian Growth Area, as member, Sally Dimzar M. To the Special Committee on Land Use, as member, Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C. To the Special Committee on Strategic Intelligence, as Vice Chairpersons, Rehencia Celso G., Hagedorn Edward S. And to the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea, as Vice Chairperson, Hagedorn Edward S. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection to the election of the members to the respective committees? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, last Monday, August 1, 2022, we adopted House Resolution number 120 expressing the profound condolences to the House of Representatives to the family of the Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos, former President of the Republic of the Philippines, founder and chairperson emeritus of Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats, or Lakas CMD. I move for the consolidation of similar measures, namely House Resolution numbers 119, 126, 128, 130, 132, 139, 144, 149, 152, 155, 157, 162, 164, 165, 167, 181, and 182 with House Resolution number 120. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection to the consolidation of similar measures? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, last Monday, August 1, 2022, we adopted House Resolution number 129, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of former Representative Rolando Andaya Jr. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, namely House Resolution number 158, with House Resolution number 129.
Is there any objection to the consolidation of similar measures? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we include as additional co-authors of House bills and resolutions that are referred to various committees the members appearing in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules, subject to verification of their requests for inclusion as co-authors of such bills and resolutions.
Is there any objection to the inclusion of the additional co-authors of the House bills? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn session till tomorrow at 2 p.m., August 9, 2022. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Session is adjourned until tomorrow, August 9, at 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Baba ko lang po.
Tomorrow?